Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. The fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. in phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions. For the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the Fourth Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance.
Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB Group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICA, promotes synergy among ISDB group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESRIC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the areas of statistics, economic and social research, and training and technical cooperation. To strengthen the existing ties and cooperation between Islamic countries, there is an obvious need for reliable and consistent data and information. Serving as the statistical data bank of the OIC, SESRIC contributes to the efforts of member countries to explore each other's potential and needs in order to enhance cooperation among themselves in various areas of socio-economic development. To serve this purpose, CESRIC collates and processes socio-economic statistics from the databases of national statistical offices of member countries and international organizations, and disseminates a large number of economic and social statistical indicators through various statistical applications developed by CESRIC, such as the OIC Statistics Database, OIC Countries in Figures, and others. In addition, CESRIC serves as the Secretariat of the OIC Statistical Commission, the only OIC corporation forum in the field of statistics, which convenes every year at the level of heads of the national statistical offices of the member countries and representatives of regional and international organizations to assess the possibilities for cooperation through exchange of views and best practices. In the field of statistics, CESRIC also organizes capacity building programs.
new directions in pedagogy and research. As the title suggests, it mainly concentrate on education. I would like to follow three simple rules in the session. Here are the rules of the session. The first rule is the presentation sequence of speakers will be in order stated in the conference catalog. We will follow that order. The second rule is about the time of the session. We have 90 minutes in total in the session, so each speaker is gonna have 15 minutes to present the paper. So stick to time. And at the end of the session, we will have 15 minutes questions and answers. Those are the three simple rules. Let's start with the first speaker. The first paper is the alignment of Islamic economics curriculum with the directive policy of Indonesian education ministers. There are three authors from this paper. They are all from the same institution, the National Committee for Islamic Economic and Finance, abbreviated CNEX, from Indonesia. The first author is Sultan Emir Hidayat. The second author is Sudarmawan Samidi, and the third author is Atika Nasution. They will be talking about the implementation of the new policy known as Merdeka, Malaysia Campus Merdeka, which is independent learning policy or directing policy. By using content analysis, they found interesting results. Let's listen to them. Atika is going to present the paper. Atika, you can begin your presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Now I'm going to share the slide. Is it shown? The slide?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening from Indonesia, and thank you very much for the opportunity and the time for me to present here. So the title of my presentation is the alignment of Islamic economics curriculum with the new policy of Indonesian Minister of Education and Cultures. So in this presentation, I'm going to present the introductions, objective, literature review, methodology, result and discussion, conclusion, and recommendations. So in an introduction, as we know that the global Islamic economy in the last decade has been growing. According to some report, the standard, Dinar Standard and Salam Gateway, the size of global Islamic economy has reached USD 2.2 trillion in 2018, while it's estimated to reach USD 3.2 trillion by 2024. However, we still, in some literature, it's still, we found some issue within this growing of Islamic economy, whereby there is a shortage of skilled Islamic economists and Islamic finance professionals within the industry. And according to some, in some literature also, there's a mismatch between the skills needed by the industry and skill of Islamic economics and finance graduates, particularly when they're taking their studies in the universities. In Indonesia itself, the absorption rate of graduates within the Islamic financial industry below 40%, according to the studies done by Huda et al. 2016. And from this, we can see that there is still mismatch between the curriculum developed by the university as well as the need by the industry players. And apart from that, there's also the new directive policy introduced by the Minister of Education and Culture of Indonesia, His Excellency Nadiem Makarim, called Merdeka Belajar or Kampus Merdeka. This Merdeka Belajar or Kampus Merdeka was translated unofficially to called liberating independent learning, or liberating independent learning methods. In this new policy, there are 4 points that has been introduced, but in this paper we only focus on the point number 4, whereby the students can replace the 3 semesters of their studies during undergraduate degree with several independent learning methods, such as the internships and then student exchange program, community involvement project. While in this paper, we only focus on the students exchange program and community involvement projects. And interestingly, 2 months before the new directive policy has been introduced by the minister, we KNIKS National Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance Indonesia, we just issued two documents that somehow we can say relate to this new policy. The first document is the framework on minimum standardization across Islamic economics undergraduate program. We assume that this first document somehow helped the university in implementing the new directive policy, particularly students exchange program. And the second document was guideline on the implementation of Islamic economic community involvement projects. We assume that this second document somehow helped the university to implement the new directive policy in terms of implementing in helping the students to doing the community involvement projects. So apart from this background that I have been mentioned before, our paper objective, we have two objectives in this paper. First, to explore the equivalency of curriculum of 10 universities in Indonesia and examine how this curriculum can benefit, how this equivalency can benefit the university, particularly implementing the new policy that has been introduced by the minister. And the second research objectives that to see whether the guideline on the implementation of Islamic Economic Community Involvement Project that has been issued by KNIKS somehow support the new directive policy that has been introduced by the ministers. Okay, in the literature review of our paper, we focus on the development of education in Islamic economics, and then the curriculum design of Islamic economics and the new policy of Indonesian education and culture ministers. So this is the summary of the literature review. We see that there is a movement of Islamic economics, particularly for Islamic education institutions. We see that the number of universities who offer Islamic economics not only come from the country with majority of country with Muslim majority, but also apart from the Western world, where non-Muslim also are the majority. And then while the increasing in the increasing interest in Islamic economics education, still we found that there is the curriculum design of Islamic economy has been not that much. There is a need to enrich that curriculum, whereby we found in the literature it says that, for example, in Indonesia itself, the model of education for undergraduate and postgraduate in Indonesia is in line with epistemology of Islamic economic, but the industrial need has not been taken much into the account. While in UK, the model of education is in line with the industry needs, but the epistemology of Islamic economy and finance is not that much. In this literature, we also discuss about the new policy. As I mentioned before, we did focus on students exchange program and the community involvement project. I just did a bit about the students exchange program. In this new directive policy, the policy introduced three types of students exchange program, whereby the students can take same program study within the university, or students can take the same program study with different university, and also students can take different program study in different university. But in this paper, we focus on the student who take Islamic economics with in another university. And also we focus on the community involvement project, where the students can have the experience to live outside the campus and then help the community. What I can say about this new policy about the community involvement project is that the students become a problem solver of the society. And in this paper, we did the methodology we use is qualitative methods. The reason for that, for example, here, Sainer 2012 says that qualitative content analysis is commonly used for analyzing and interpreting qualitative data. and because also it depicts a systematic and objective ways to describe and quantify phenomena. And in this qualitative method, we did content analysis of the curriculum from the 10 university. Why from this? Because we want to see whether this 10 university can have the equivalency among them, and then students from, for example, University A can take a subject from another from University B, C, or among that university. And also, we did a content analysis on the guideline on Islamic Economics Community Involvement Project developed by KNIKS, as well as the guideline of community involvement project introduced by the Minister of Education and Culture Indonesia. As you see here, this is the table whereby this is the result of equivalency in curriculum content of 10 universities. For example, here there's a gray area here, means that there is A until J university, whereby the university A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. For example, this is one courses, microeconomics one. You can't find it this subject in I university. So this is the summaries. So and we found that, just go next. What we found from this equivalence is that there is a significant number of courses equivalence across these 10 universities. So we can say that at least 20, and we found that at least 24 courses which can be interchanged between these 10 universities. Although some, for example, maybe not all 24 subjects, but what I go deeper on that, we found that at least 8 courses are exactly the same across the 10 universities, and then at least 7 courses were found same with the within the 9 universities, and also 5 courses have been found to have equivalency among the 7 universities. What we noticed from this result also, the university using different names of the subject within when they offer the subject, but from the content itself, it's not more or less the same. For example, here you can see, for example, research methodology. Here, research methodology, Islamic economic research, Sharia economics research. So they are using a different name while offering that subject. And then that's the result from our first objective. And the second objective of in this paper also, we want to see whether the guideline that has been introduced by KNIKS somehow support the new directive policy introduced by the minister. We found that at least there is a similar objective within this guideline that has been introduced by KNIKS and then the Minister of Education and Cultures. What I can summarize from this one is that all these guidelines wants the students to be a problem solver in the community. They help and identify the potential what can be growth or what are the problems that face in this village, so that they can apply the knowledge what they learn in class and apply in the community. And we also found that besides the objective of these 2 guidelines which are similar, but also the programs within this guideline is somehow similar. However, I just want to say here is that because the guideline that has been introduced by KNIKS, it's focused on the university who offer Islamic economics program, while the guideline that has been introduced by minister, it's focused on general. I mean, for example, here, that's why when you see the community involvement project, the Islamic economics, they focus on the Islamic economic, for example, Masjid Economic Strengthening Program, Zakat Management, Wakaf Management Strengthening Program, while the program introduced in the guideline by the new directive in the new directive policy, it's more on general. It's general. And then we come to the conclusion. After we did the the study, we found that the result is from the table that I shown before. It's there are at least 24 courses that can be interchanged between the 10 universities. So we can say that these 10 universities are ready to implement the new policy of Merdeka Belajar or Kampus Merdeka, particularly for the university or particularly for the students who want to take a same program study Islamic economics at different university. And also, in the conclusion, we found that there are at least similarities between the objectives and the programs in the guideline that has been issued or introduced by KNIKS, as well as the guideline as in the community involvement project introduced by Minister of Education and Culture Indonesia. And apart from that, so our recommendation is that first, in order to move a step forward for the university to implement the new directive policy, for example, here is students exchange program. So the university needs to establish partnership, particularly on implementation of credit transfer, monitoring, assessment, evaluation. For example, a student who take subject from University A, how the grading system that apply for him or her when he or she take the subject from another university. And the second recommendation is that learning activities not only focus on the face-to-face, but also learning online learning, whereby in Indonesia itself, Indonesia is quite big, and then East Java and then Sumatra is quite large. So and also currently the digitalization has been growing. So while implementing new directive policy, when students want to take exchange program, they not only should sit in the class of the university, but they can also take online learning. And then the third recommendation is that to adopt a framework on minimum standardization across Islamic economics undergraduate program. So this framework has been introduced by KNIKS in collaboration with 10 universities as well as other stakeholders that can help the university somehow give a guideline for them to adjust their curriculum when their students want to take the subject from another university. And also the last recommendation that we propose is that to adopt the guidelines on implementation of Islamic economics community involvement projects that has been introduced by KNIKS and IPB as a complementary guideline in implementing the new directive policy. Why I say the complementary guideline? Because this one is particularly for a university who offer Islamic economics program, because in the guideline introduced in the guideline of the new directive policy introduced by Ministry of Education and Culture, is just a general for general courses, while the guideline that has been introduced by KNKS is focused on the university who offer Islamic economics program. So yeah, that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Right now, Dr. Mehmet Çelik Pençe will present the next presentation. And the stage is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hakan. Hi, my name is Mehmet. I have a PhD in Islamic Economics and International Finance from Sabahattin Zaim University. I have been working at Al Baraka Turk Participation Bank as an Al Baraka Academy Manager for about 15 years. So our topic is especially in this study in participation banking. Participation banks operating in Turkey provide banking services to their customers due to carry out the principles of Islamic economics and finance. Customers who want to use their savings in interest-free investment tools apply for information are usually participation banking branches, the first places to apply. So therefore, branch staff, especially those who appeal to customers, should have sufficient knowledge and equipment in terms of Islamic economy and finance. So we will be looking at the impact of Islamic economics and finance education on the branch performance for participation banking employees. So what is the impact of the education for the participation banking employees? So first of all, you should look at problems, needs, and some methods, and also what kind of hypotheses that we are researched in this study. With the increase in the number of participation banks today, as you know, the staff working in this sector should know the principles of participation banking very well in the field of Islamic economy and finance in detail. So it is necessary to provide trainings on the lack of information about Islamic economy and finance, which are known as missing or wrong, and how these deficiencies can be overcome. It is also important for the employees to have enough skills and to answer the questions of the customers in the best way. Whether Islamic economy and finance trainings to be given in this field will have an impact on branch performance is another important factor in terms of continuity of training investments to be made. So what kind of methods that we used in the study is that in order to increase the knowledge level of the Islamic economy and finance of the participation bank employees, a study was conducted on the effect of the trainings to be carried out with different methods on the branch performance. There are three methods that we used in this study. So when we look at the methods by analyzing the data to be obtained as a result of the applications, it is aimed to determine which method will be most suitable and contribute to the training activities to be carried out in the field of Islamic economy and finance. Then the results were analyzed using research methods, non-parametric Wilson test, regression analysis, and Vicker method. So there are two hypotheses in this study. The first one is the Islamic economy and finance training programs applied to branch personnel working in retail sales in participation banking have a significant positive effect on branch performance score or not. And the second one is the performance score of the branches that receive Islamic economics and finance training programs with the support of technology in participation banking is higher than the branches that receive the training programs given the traditional classroom method. So we compared these three methods and got the results from the study. I will show the results at the end of the presentation. So what is the education and applications in this research? First of all, we have looked at the educational technology programs that is used for distance education. You know, due to the COVID-19 epidemic disease, especially occurring today, distance education is becoming widespread with the transition to the remote working systems. So the data that we analyze from the internet and also the programs websites, we are faced with some data like this, that the program are given below. Some of the programs, as you observe, are used widespread among the global world. These properties are almost the same, but some of the properties are different from each other, like the virtual board usage. The others are different from users limit, like you see in the table. There are some unlimited and also limited programs that are used for distance education. So, what are the methods that we use for in this study? The first one is the standard classroom method that we used so far. And the second one is the distance education. And the third one is the virtual reality that is new for our sector. So, how we planned and organized our Islamic economy and finance trainings is like that. The first main major topic is the interest-free banking transactions that we use today in participation banking sector. And the second one is the providing and collecting of funds. And the third one is the participation banking products and services. These are the main topics that we use for teaching our programs. So, when we look at the results of the study, we have seen that at the end of 3 training programs, assessment surveys were applied and the results were shown as below in the table. The first one, the virtual reality method, was the evaluation scores the best. I mean, 91% of our employees were satisfied with the given training method. And the other one is the distance education, and the last one is the standard classroom, which is the low level evaluation score that it has. So when we look at the costs that we are used for our 3 methods, study methods, are that the standard classroom was also the highest one, with highest unit cost. When we look at the 400 people, it makes sense. So the least one is the virtual reality classroom method for our Islamic economy and finance trainings. So when we look at these 3 methods, we can easily say that the virtual reality is the most efficient one about the cost. So when we look at the conclusion, the study which is carried out in the area of participation banking will benefit not only the participation banking, but also other banks operating in entire banking sector. Using different training methods and measuring the effects of these methods on branch performance will ensure that similar practices are taken into account by other banks, thus avoiding possible cost expenses. So, according to the findings obtained from this research, it has been determined that the Islamic economy and finance trainings given to the participation bank employees positively affects the branch individual performances. That means hypothesis 1 is accepted. And additionally, the best methods in terms of performance efficiency are the trainings provided in virtual reality and distance, which means our second hypothesis is also accepted. So, what are the further results of the study? After the trainings made with the 3 different methods, the Wilcor research, also known as the examining the results with different participants or with different tools, are contributed to branch performance for the Islamic economics and finance trainings for participation banking personnel. Among the other benefits that this study will provide to the education or training sector are detailed information on the topics such as the methods of creating the content, planning, and also implementing these training sessions, and also the evaluation of the data obtained at the end of the training. It's also important in terms of providing an idea about the savings that can be made in transportation and accommodation items. These 2 concepts are the most difficult concepts that we are face to face in our budgeting or planning our trainings. So it shows that the effect of educational technologies on education budgets is positive. I mean, technology investments to be made in the field of education will contribute the budgets in the long term positively. So mainly we got the results that technological improvements on trainings will provide much more effect than the traditional classrooms. So that is why we are suggesting to use technological improvements, especially on Islamic economy and finance, to make sure that everything will be crystal clear to the participations. So thank you for your attendance for our study. That is all that I want to talk about.
Dear Dr. Mehmet Çelik Pençe, thanks for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
And right now we are proceeding to the other paper, which will be presented by Associated Dr. Yusuf Dinç, and the stage is yours, dear doctor.
Thank you. Thanks to the chair and the organizers, and I'm giving my salam to all the participants. Good to be with you today. As you follow up, the presentations are mostly on pedagogy, on new directions on pedagogy, but mine will be a bit different. It is on new direction on research. Those issues in Islamic finance mostly stuck in participation banking. So there is a new practice in Turkey. Also, it is known global, and it can convert to a phenomena. Maybe if we can institutionalize this practice as an Islamic financial institution. I will present you on this topic, and I would be glad on your contribution and comments. Let me share the screen. Yeah, thanks. I am from Sabahattin Zaim University. I'm faculty member of Islamic Finance and Economics Department. Also, my co-authors, Rashid Cihangir is having PhD education at Zaim University. Ruslan Adem Nagayev is a faculty member, as well as Fahrettin Hoca, all from Sabahattin Zaim University. So we discuss on the economics of saving-based finance. It is an old but in practice new concept for Islamic finance. It is very well known as ROSCA, Rotating Savings and Credit Association. It is a bit differentiated from the classical ROSCAs and made some financial engineering on the model. So the institutions now in Turkey reached to 40, and the volume is collecting a lot of attention. So I want to highlight some issues with those, and I want to introduce you the economics of the saving-based finance. It is totally new, first time ever discussion, and I will bring some policy recommendations for the institutions. So this is my presentation outline. First, I will start with introduction and the literature review. There is a growing body on that. Theory and application, of course, and methodology. We have applied a systematical analysis on them, both on figures and the practice. These all discussions and findings are quite new for the world. I think this is the most comprehensive analysis on ROSCA globally. I will show you many issues. I will discuss many issues with you. I hope you like it. Then I will introduce you the modus operandi in possible business models. Finally, I will conclude my presentation. So ROSCA is an informal institution of local people in a society or community who are interested in savings, risk sharing, and borrowing by forming various groups. Actually, the term rotating credit association introduced by Greece in 1962. This is the term can be considered an academic term, but I will introduce you ROSCA in many different languages from 104 countries. Many of them has more than one term for the practice, and I can proudly say that me and my co-authors can say one term in more than 200 languages. So the basic principle upon which the rotating credit association is funded everywhere the same, a lump sum fund composed of fixed contributions from each member of the association is distributed at fixed intervals as a whole to each member in turn. So what we know, the core practice from Japan as the first in the literature as the first ROSCA practice. It is addressed the 12th century, and we have a contract for first ROSCAs in Japan. So this contract is from 13th century, original one. So it brings some issues on transparency, conditions, delivery, guarantees, and the meeting and the exit of the model. So it is very well known in many parts of the world. Let me give a brief definition of saving-based finance, and I will introduce you the ROSCA in different continents, countries. So saving-based finance is a process of agreement among a group of people who agree that each of them contributes a specific amount of money to be used to meet each participant's targeted amount of financing needs based on mutual solidarity and collaboration. Actually, this definition is from Islamic Finance Report Turkey. It was a first time ever report on the case country. I just want to highlight that the definition given is quite similar to TECAPO. So this is from Islamic finance perspective, this is mostly a risk sharing model. So the first practice is a sample of Raiffeisen, a German Raiffeisen practice. It was under Emlak Islamic Bank. That at that time Emlak Bank was not Islamic, but in 2019 it converted to an Islamic institution. But this practice from 1951 was ended in 1960s because of the shortage of apartments and the construction business. So then we see Eminevim in 1991. After this was the first one of the first institutions in Turkey. Then Fuzulevim was introduced. In 2016, there had happened some financial engineering on the model. So the delivery of the amount was shortened by institutions, and it collected a lot of attention. Now we have 40, I put some of them here till 2019. These are like 13, 14 companies. But the original idea can be found in Homeland Fund in Ottoman era. That was even before the European cooperative practice. So this is the map. I just want to highlight that the practice, we know it is in practice in Europe as well, but many in Europe, mostly diasporas doing that from MENA region or some other regions who immigrated to Europe. They do practice this, but in European culture, there is no such such practice. And on the other continents, everywhere, all the countries have what I want to say, that there is another alternative financial model, but this European banking model is oppressed the world. And we easily accept the banking model, but these ROSCA practices are better known in many countries. So how it is called in North America, Susu Kundina banker ladies, how it is called in West Latin America, Hasan Nakus, Panne, Pandero, Casmoni. So this is Brazil. They say Consorcio, Pandero syndicates. I will show you many, just maybe you can find your country as well. In South Africa, it is Stockwell, Temo, Upato, Goi Goi. And in West Africa, it is Susu, Tontin, Asusu Pare. East Africa, they say Macbeth, and similar names. Central Africa, they say Tontin Fari. So this is North Africa, Jamia, Sanduk, they say. Sanduk is Ottoman name as well. So in Arab continent, Middle East, Jamia and Hakbet, they say. Turkey, we say Gün, and it change based on the currency. It can be gold gün. I mean, gün means a gathering day. It can be gold gün, USD gün, or Euro gün. It takes such names. We have England, the practice. They say Kiknak Club Susu and DGG. Mostly diasporas are practicing ID. And Romania, they say Roata. This is Turkey country, Central Asia, they say Lotto, Cherneya Casa. And these are South Asia, Samiti, Kameti, Chit funds. It is very well known in Latin America, South Africa, and India. They have institutional practices as well. Under the name of Tanda Susus Chit Fund, you can find many documents. These are not transferred to academy. But you can find many videos and documents on the issue if you want to have a deeper knowledge on this. So, but this is the, I just want to highlight again, this is the most comprehensive research on the issue. So I just want to skip that because there are a lot to explain. But just keep in mind that the model is practiced everywhere, and it is going to a phenomena. So what is the objective of our study is to explain the economics of saving-based finance and its operation in the light of ROSCA concept. Of course, we consider the Islamic finance perspective on that. So there is a literature on the issue. There are theoretical and empirical works. Some conceptual works these are the important ones. The Gies introduced first time the term ROSCA, as I mentioned. Adener explained many conceptual framework, also basically. These are the conceptual works. There are some focus on the riskiness, and they also bring policy recommendations. There are some proposal on banking ROSCA with banking as a guarantee. They don't say banking as a guarantee, but we introduced that term in the paper as well. And there are researchers on Sharia compliance of ROSCA. So these are them, just to bring into your attention. So there is an absence on the economic model of ROSCA, or saving-based finance. So what we did, we found that in the literature, it shows that the ROSCA practice is Pareto optimum, because almost all the members, except one of them, reach the total saving target before their own capacity or capability. So it is Pareto optimum. We applied an analysis on the figures as well. I will introduce you those, inshallah. But let me start with the concept and the initial findings on the concept. So the SPF model is considered as an appropriate tool both for retail and corporate finance. And through this setup, the SPF companies convert the fiscal power of participants to their financial power. So each participant has a certain amount of fiscal power, but when they bring it together, it turns into a financial power. So this is the main difference from the banks. The creditor or fund supplier and the fund demand is the same party. It differs from the banking on that side. So we describe a two-person Islamic financial trust and derive some mathematical equations. Person A finances person B. Moreover, person B provides financing to person A. So I will show you first the payment scenarios of two-person model, and I will introduce you to the first time ever this utility equivalence formula. What those institutions do, they do try to bring a new paradigm against interest. So instead of interest, they do prefer utility equivalence formula. But I want to say that we reached a formula by ourselves. This is first time ever and new for institutions as well. They do practice that, but we made the mathematics or economics of this first time ever. So we introduced this in our research, our paper as well. So there are modus operandi as our initial finding. This mostly seems like Mudaraba Vekala hybrid model. So the participants deposit the contributions, and the operator, this SPF operator, creates the wealth fund and investment fund if there is an access. Then deliver the targeted amount of saving to the participants in an order or random. So in their practice, they do get vakala fee, and they do get the profit share. Actually, they grab all the profit, but this how they describe if there is a profit, of course. How they describe the model within this concept. So there are some different practices that all members receive equal funds. Another opportunity, funds may not be equal. Another opportunity, members' contributions are not identical. Another one, all members pay identical contribution. A fifth version, a member's contribution remain the same throughout. A sixth possibility, a member's contribution may change, and it can be in cash or in kind, or these are not in practice. In kind is not practiced in Turkey, but it can be in kind. And what I understand, it can be on cryptocurrencies as well, in any currency. But what those institutions do, they do practice only on Turkish lira term. So we conducted analysis on housing and vehicles turnover and delivery based on the contract size. And what we found that the housing and vehicles turnover and delivery based on the contract size, SBF companies experience an aggregate upward trend in both turnover and delivery. However, comparing the turnover and delivery ratios, the size of deliveries, both housing and vehicles, were less compared to the size of turnover, meaning that the amount companies received for durables from the participants were not realized in the same year. Though from pool's lifespan point of view, it is logical because the amount which was received will be matched not in this in the same year or same period, but rather certain period later, depending on the lifespan of the pool. So the similar situation is also observed regarding housing and vehicles turnover and delivery based on the number of contracts. However, it is noticeable that SPF companies experience a drop of sales in other words, fund collection in May 2019 in both turnover and delivery of housing and vehicles based on the size and number of contracts. So even if the number of contract drops, the delivery doesn't. So, but the following month, they came back on the business track by receiving more funds for durables. Now looking at the trend lines, and upward linear trend can be observed in all 8 cases. So, and they are squared almost more than 97%, denoting that the trend lines very closely follow the data. In other words, the forecastal data set is very close to the real data set. So, and finally, we have the correlation. It is important. I want to bring some issues on your attention. This figure demonstrates the degree of correlation among 8 variables. I mean, 64 possible pairs. Interestingly, a strong positive significant correlation can be seen in all pairs. Verily, it is quite plausible to find a strong positive correlation between HDS, HDN, VTS, VTN, HDS, HDN, and VDS, VDN. I will explain what to do. Because an increasing number of contracts leads to increasing the size of the contract. So HDS is housing turnover, VTS vehicles turnover, HDS housing delivery, VDS vehicles delivery, HDN housing turnover, number of contracts, VTN vehicles turnover, number of contracts. So some parts on size, some parts on numbers. What is important, I want to introduce that the house demand and the vehicle demand is correlated. And this is, in banking, it is also very similarly introduced as a credit program or product. So under retail finance, they do have both the banking and I mean the housing and the banking. So these two for retail business, those SPF institutions mostly engaged in the retail business. There are more details in the paper, but I cannot. I don't have time enough to explain those. But what they do to focus on the collateral, to skip the credit rationing issues or expenses, they do focus on the collateral. So they do make delivery only with house delivery and the vehicle delivery. There is no cash delivery in the SPF model for now, but of course it can be in cash. So I will conclude our research now. Generally, just 1 minute, dear Chair. Generally, acquiring a house is a common and the most desirable driver for every individual in any society. An individual always desires to have his or her own house. So what those institutions do, they focus on this demand of the market. So their model is mostly based on delivering the house and vehicles. So there are more details on that, on the mentality and how those institutions use this delivery concept as their security or risk management attitude. So SPF companies play the important role, offering an interest-free platform by applying the established and well-known informal financial ROSCA concept. As long as people live, the demand for the house or the vehicles will also remain alive. So this kind of businesses can gradually increase and survive. But what we offer to make a more comprehensive approach for SBF and to forget house delivery and vehicle delivery at some point, and to introduce new products to solve the fund demand problem of the societies in an Islamic financial concept. So this is my conclusion, and I hope you can read the full paper. It has more details on the concept. Because of the time limitation, I will go it now. But the concept, I believe that will go to a phenomena, a global phenomena, and Islamic finance should have the model under its own structure. Otherwise, if the conventional financial institutions practice ROSCA, then they will have the opportunity to collect funds without interest. So if we keep concentrating on releasing interest from the concept, but not changing the paradigm of finance, we will face the conventional institutions as a stronger competitor with ROSCA practices. So thank you for listening and joining me. I'm glad to be part of this event. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Dear Doctor, thanks for your presentation. And our next presentation will be presented by Dr. Kamala Bayram. Please, doctors, the stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Thank you so much. Very interesting presentations. Actually, my presentation will be in line with first and second about education. Let me first share my slides. Oops. Okay. Assalamu alaikum again, dear participants, presenters, and thank you very much to the organizer. I'm very happy actually to be here today, and of course we hope to be together in Istanbul and meet our friends, but alhamdulillah we have this technology and we will do our best to present our work here. The title of my presentation is Board Games as an Educational Tool in Islamic Finance Education, Karatay Interactive Finance, KF case. At the end of my slides, I will of course show you what we have done, but maybe at the time I will do also some clarifications. Let me shortly introduce myself. My name is Kamala Bayram. I am currently working as assistant professor at Karatay University in Konya, Turkey. And Karatay University is the university which started to offer Islamic finance undergraduate degree in Turkey. It's the first university, followed with IZU. And this year we are giving our first graduates, inshallah. I will start with the background of the study about the millennials. I want to introduce you millennials. Who are the millennials and why they are so important to us? Millennials are the generation was born between 1980 to 2000. Other name of the millennials is Generation Y, and today they make 2.5 billion population worldwide. The feature of millennials is that they grew up alongside with technology, so they're tech savvy. When we look at other statistics, we see that the workforce will constitute from millennials by 75% by the year 2030. And as you know, students today who master students or undergraduate students are coming from this generation, millennial generation. So that is why they're important to us. Okay, how do millennials learn? I'm sure that you face the problem as educator. We don't know sometimes how to approach millennials because we use traditional methods which were used to us, or actually I'm also in millennial category, but let's say to our parents, the traditional in-class learning, and sometimes we see that our students are bored, their attention is distracted. So these persons, they have the unique approach towards the learning. So what's that? Okay, this is traditional learning, and as you see, that times people can focus more, but today with the rise of social media and technology, internet, even the times people focus getting lesser and lesser. It was 45 minutes maybe before 1980s, but today it unfortunately dropped to 10 minutes. Well, and when we look at the learning preferences of millennials, we see that they prefer to work in groups. So they are not individualistic persons. Yeah, you can see them remotely staying with their phones, but they are connected to each other through the mobile devices. So they prefer to work in groups with hands-on experience exposed to trial and errors. It's also very important for them. They have challenge of sustaining concentration during studies or lectures. This is what I can say. I can prove from my own experience with my students. I used to teach in IIU and IBF to master students, and now I'm teaching here to undergraduate students. So this is universal problem. Doesn't matter the nationality, the university, it is totally universal problem to deal with the generation itself. Students are challenged with engaging in instructor-led lectures and traditional evaluation methods, such as paper and pencil exams, so that these individuals do not highly value reading and listening to lectures as has been in traditional education, and expect learning process to be 3 segments. First, creative, second, interactive, and first, fun. So as I mentioned, here we summarize the aspects. The education should be fun, interactive, and creative. But what to do? You cannot play ball, right, volleyball in classroom. And you cannot leave the student with technology only. So there should be something which will lead to simulation. Before moving to other slides, I want to also highlight the financial literacy aspect of millennials today. This is positive sides. The next slide will highlight the negative sides. The positive side that they are highly banked. We see 93% of millennials has bank accounts. They are banked. So there is no issue of financial inclusion among this generation. 60% have retirement accounts, 45% own their own homes, 28% have financial investments, and 44% have at least a bachelor degree. Okay, this is positive side. Now let's look at the negative side. More than 70% of millennials have at least one source of long-term debt. So actually, this generation is in-debt generation. 34% have 2 or more sources of outstanding long-term debt. I think this is very important to highlight. Yes, they are tech savvy, but when it comes to financial literacy, it's very easy for them to borrow. 25% have overdrawn their checking account in the past 12 months, and 23% with retirement account have taken a hardship withdrawal in the past 12 months. Studies conducted to measure the level of financial literacy of millennials show that despite excellent use of internet, these individuals are less financially literate compared to their parents and their grandparents, as you see in the picture, compared to the Gen X and baby boomers. And what we can see is our parents, they managed to save. Even so, their income was less, their saving was more, but today's generation, starting from those who born in 1980s, they have a lot of debt and less saving. And this of course will create problem in the future. Well, millennials are individuals who are tech savvy, and most have used the internet and computers throughout their education, which implies that for this generation, simulation interactive participation plays an important role in understanding the subject. So we cannot just blame the students that they are bored in the classroom. We should also blame ourselves as the instructors, as the lecturers. Maybe we are doing something wrong and we have to find some new approaches in teaching. Well, this, by the way, you see my classroom, my first year students who are engaging with Marmalade interactive game, which I will explain later on. Research shows that one of the possible approaches to make the classroom more interactive and stimulating for the millennial generation is to use games as a technology tool, as a teaching tool to enhance understanding of the traditional lectures. This is literature of the classification of games. I will go shortly through this. We have games of skills, such as letter games, mathematical games, puzzle games, so on. We have games of strategy, such as checkers, chess, mastermind. We have games of chance, like dice games, casino games, card games, and so on, and simulation games. Simulation game, one of the examples of simulation game is a game like a Monopoly. Actually, this is what we are going to do in our education game, or let's say education game, education tool, because sometimes we get interesting feedbacks that it's better to use a word tool rather than educational tool rather than game. So, but for me, it's of course, it's just a nomenclature. Relationship among games, simulations, and case studies is represented in this chart. And we are focusing in the middle where all circles intersect, such as simulation game used as case studies. Research shows that when you use game as an education tool, it will help you in these 10 aspects. I will just highlight few. It will help to change attitude. I will share now also my experience with my students, how it changed their attitude, because we have also differentiate between education and just knowledge transfer, because knowledge transfer is when you just read your slides or share the information with your students, but education includes education of the character, so building the character through the education. Okay, it also serves as the advanced organizers prior to other forms of instructions. Using games help to integrate and maintain skills, serve as a mean for drill and practice, and measure criterion performance. You can use the game, simulation game, to measure the performance of the student or any participant, basically. Now I will move to the MIG. Maybe some of you are familiar with this game. MIG stands for Marmalade Interactive Game, developed by the doctors, assistant and associate professors in USIM, University of Science Islam Malaysia. Dr. Zurina Shafi is one of them. Dr. Shahida is another one. And actually, she's supposed to be here just 1 week before lockdown, but like, I don't know, it was what kind of luck. Maybe it's for hire, but her arrival is a bit postponed. This game, if you are not familiar with, simulation of the Islamic banking. So students or any participant while playing MIG actually interacting with Islamic banking products, and not only products. You also get habit. When I say the habit of giving. As you see here, we have Sadaqah house here. Other than that, I want to show, I don't know, you can see from the cam, you can waqf your property. It means the game is encouraging you to give. So this is a different side from Monopoly. Why it's encouraging you? Because when the game ends, all your acquired wealth will be calculated in this manner. 40% of what you have in your pocket, and 60% will come from what you have donated. Well, let me share my experience. When I played the first time, I was student, PhD student in IIBF, IUM. When we play this game for the first time, my background is not Sharia background, it's financial mathematics. So we were acquiring just wealth, and we go for gold, we buy cars, houses, we didn't give. But other groups, students with Sharia background, from the beginning, they start to give. And at the end of the day, that group won. Later on, actually the same happened with my students when I experienced that. At the first time they're playing, all of them are accumulating wealth. But once they understood that you win when you give, next times they will start giving. And it will actually, at the end of the game, they will donate everything they have, so to win. This is very important today, because we are living in society which is very materialistic, and it's sometimes hard to give. So to imbue this feature to our students from very early, it's very much important. Well, what we have in this game, of course, you have a cut of each product, Islamic banking product. For example, you have here Tawarruq land financing, you have ITAP, you have Murabaha financing, all type of Islamic banking products. So the student will understand the concept of each aqad. Okay. Other than that, you have cards called Tawakkal. Okay, it's maybe similar to chance cards in Monopoly, but Tawakkal, the positive side of it, that it also serves the financial literacy, Islamic financial literacy. For example, look at this card, receive bonus on Tabung Haji account. What you can see down, that bonus is profit paid of investment. And what is Tabung Haji? Tabung Haji, an institution in Malaysia that manages Hajj activities before and during pilgrimage season. You are learning at the same time you are playing, at the same time you are learning. So you are learning while having fun. Well, this is an example of Tawarruq Aqad. So it should be read, it must be read out loud by player and financial manager. So one player is financial manager here. Well, and what happened now, I want to share what happened after I play MIG with my students. First, they start to understand better Islamic banking products. Even they told me, we took so many courses, but now we understood how it works after playing the game. They understood how to make financial planning and cash flow record and control, because they have cards where they have to record their cash flows, their inflows, outflows, and they start to manage their money better. Another important segment, the student also did understand better the calculating zakat, and most importantly, they do get habit of giving, of charity. This is very much important for me, because I played also with my kids. Both of them, they don't want to donate, unfortunately, but I play only once. Maybe I have to play more, so they have to see the result of giving. So, okay, you may ask question. Now we have this MIG. Why we need KIF? KIF stands for Karatai Interactive Finance. One problem, let me maybe refer to the slides. Our in-class experience shows that we need an educational tool which represents the Turkish market to students, to enhance the understanding of students and make the learning process more efficient. Therefore, Keto Karatai University developing Turkish market adopted Karatai Interactive Finance, or KIF, educational tool, which would be used as a classroom tool as well as tool to increase the level of Islamic financial literacy in Turkey. So don't think that this tool will be used only in classes. We will use it also for bankers, as it's done in Malaysia by USIM. And our second presenter, Dr. Mehmet, also highlighted the effect of education on the performance of bankers. So it is very much important. And from previous presentations, which were done yesterday and before yesterday, it was mentioned that in Turkey, the participation banking share, which is 5 to 6% today, will increase together with Islamic financial literacy. Well, As I told you, Dr. Shahid is supposed to be here on March, and we're supposed to deliver today the first prototype of the game. Unfortunately, due to the COVID-19, we printed money. So we have good news. We printed 1,000 Karatai akçesi, and as you know, in today's economy, the most important thing, you print money and the rest will come. So we said, okay, we have our money, and we have a beautiful symbol of Selçuklu. Since the game is coming from Konya, we wanna inbuild our emblem here, as you see, the emblem of Selçuklu. And inshallah, by September, October, if things will settle smoothly, we will start to play the game, or we use this educational tool here in Turkey, which will be addressing the Turkish market. Before that, of course, I invite all participants to share their views, their recommendations, and of course, we will have field study with our participation banks and other shareholders in country to decide what type of products we have to inbuild here, what kind of products we have to include, and maybe we will add some other structures. So inshallah, we are waiting for your comments. We are waiting for your recommendations. And the last but not least, let me share Dr. Shahida's picture. And so she's not here. We're supposed to be here today together, but this is our picture when we are signing MOU between USIM and Keto Karatai University in Malaysia last summer. It is in cafe. The cafe, this place is very important. You know why? Because these ladies, these 5 ladies, they did a great job. The idea of MIG actually came to them while they were sitting in cafe, and it's just in few hours that they came up with the draft. I really admire their experience, and inshallah we will have the same success stories in different countries. As I told you, when I play with my students, master level students, undergraduate level students, I witnessed the enhancement in their understandings. They told me, now we know how to calculate zakat because it is simulation. They know how to follow their cash flow and so on. Okay, I think that's all from me. I'm waiting for your comments. You can find me on LinkedIn, just search for Kamola Bayram, and I really welcome your comments. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam. Thank you, Dr. Kamola Bayram. Thank you very much for your contribution to our conference and to the literature, which is a very important contribution. Now we are going to listen Sahulia Gadria, who is going to talk about the analysis of shared responsibility for sustainable higher education. And Doctor, you have 15 minutes. We are listening to you now.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Can you hear me and see my screen?
Yes. Yes, you can continue.
All right. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you for attending and being here in this session. Thank you, Dr. Kamara, for your presentation. Actually, it's really interesting. So my presentation is somehow linked to or seeing the education from another perspectives, not from the learning processes, but from financing and funding models. My name is Suhaila Gedira, and presenting my presentation to the paper today, co-authored with Samsat Jahan, Dr. Mohammed Sharif Al-Amri, and Dr. Mustafa Amar Muhammad, and it's an analysis of shared responsibility for sustaining higher education. So after a brief introduction, we'll present our research problem and objectives, the methodology we followed, a quick literature review, the existing models for higher education for funding and management, the SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, and quality education, Going forward with the challenges of the existing models and the way forward, our recommendations for a shared responsibility approach and sustaining higher education. As Nelson Mandela mentioned it or said, that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So actually education is not only contributing to the personal development of individuals, but it's going beyond to the economy, the health, and the society in general. And it was also highlighted by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, emphasizing on quality education. However, we can see that it's becoming more challenging, the education sector becoming increasingly growing and more complex. So it becomes more challenging for the existing models to sustain and to have quality education especially in terms of funding and managing. So our research problem is to understand how the current models of funding and management of higher education can overcome the challenges in order to adopt a shared responsibility based especially on the SDG goals. Our survey of the literature showed few studies only, if not a few studies only, that there are lack of studies that tackle this question. So our research objective is first to examine and analyze the funding and management challenges of the existing models, why they cannot adopt this shared responsibility perspective, and providing suggestions and recommendations to how to overcome these challenges, especially in the context of Sustainable Development Goal. We followed qualitative research methodology. So by identifying and analyzing the challenges of the existing models in terms of financing and managing, and also highlighting, understanding what are the elements of the shared responsibility promoted by the Sustainable Development Goal, and to be able to provide some recommendations in that matter. Going further to the literature review, some studies highlighted or mentioned some of the existing challenges and issues for the managing and financing higher education. However, there are just few, or even not, we found just like one study of Ashraf, for example, who discussed, for example, the cost sharing, which is somehow like linked to the concept of shared responsibility, but we could hardly find any study that provide really discusses these issues and how could be overcome, and to adopt, especially for adopting the shared responsibility for higher education to overcome these challenges. So going now to the quick overview of the existing financing models of higher education. So the first one, or the most common ones, are the classical model of government allocation, where the government is actually taking the responsibility of financing higher education. So these allocations could be given by the governments following, for example, an incremental budgeting model, where the current budget allocated to universities is based on the resources and needs of the previous budget of the previous year. It could be also following formula funding, where the allocations are based on mathematical equations and formulas to distribute these allocations among universities, or also adopting a performance funding, where the allocation and grants are offered by the government or distributed according to the outcomes and performances of the respective universities. But in general, you can see that majority of the financing models are focusing on the fact that the government is the main financer, may provide resource financing for the higher education. In funding research, the resources could be internal from the university itself, rarely from government allocations, and most probably in majority of the cases, it's from external grants from agencies or research centers, for instance. The last example or model of financing higher education is through vouchers. Here, the distribution or allocation is not given to the university as an institution, but instead is given to the individual students. For the management models, there is an approach considered as managerialist model, considering that the university or higher education institution could be managed as any other commercial entity. And in the opposite, we find a non-managerialist model adopting or saying that universities have specific characteristics and features and should be managed following internal management systems that are developed by their respective stakeholders without any external forces or authority. The traditional models are also why or majority in the world, in all the, regardless of the country or the language, etc., or the system adopted. So there is the state control model where the government is actually taking the whole responsibility and the authority in controlling, in managing, controlling the educational system, and even go into the details of the executive management processes of the universities. In the opposite, there is the state supervising model where the government is just supervising and more power is given to universities to manage their own processes, programs, etc. And there is another model, a quasi-market model, which is in between, where the state is still supervising, the government is still supervising the management of education, but the universities have more power and authority in their financing and management. So considering now the sustainable development goal for emphasizing on quality education and proposing a new direction for education to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, mainly through equal access of affordable higher education, promoting skilled people, encouraging sustainable development, scholarships, and qualified teachers. So if we can summarize or give a comprehensive overview of the stakeholders of the higher education system now, there are four parties: the students and their families, of course, the government as the classical and fundamental party, the community or the society, and also an important party, which are the employees of the graduates or the market in general. So the question here is this commonly or shared responsibility, common efforts, joint effort. Why the existing models, what are the challenges that the existing models are facing that prevent them from adopting this shared responsibility approach for sustaining higher education system? So first we start with the financing challenges. So the main challenge is that the government is taking most of the responsibility, as we have seen in the previous models, that in majority of the cases, the government is the main resource for financing. Even that, if we consider that the sector is getting more and more complex and the public budget is not really efficient and could not cover all the expenses, so here the financing or the financial dependence on the government is not really sustainable on the long term. The other challenges could be checked later on in details in the paper, but I will move to just the main points of our study. In terms of management, the main issue again is the dependence on the governments in financing, because even some management models that are suggested or recommended, and even some of them are being implemented in universities, the problem is that even if they suggest or provide some flexible or independent managers model for education, but the problem is that the financing is dependent on the government or other parties. So actually in practice it's not really possible to adopt them. So here's the main problem for the management issue in the existing models. And of course the government cannot really sustain or maintain this role, because the sector is getting more and more complex and growing, and it becomes inefficient for the governments to manage it. So our share or our suggestion or recommendations to for these models or for the higher education system in general, in order to adopt the shared responsibility and the way forward, that first for the shared financial responsibility in terms of financing, first there should be a cost sharing between all the partners, all the stakeholders, as we could see in the chart before. Of course, we know that there is no fitting one formula fitting all the models. So these funding shares between the stakeholders will depend on the country, will depend on the nature of the market, the society, the institutions, the programs, etc. So each case has to discuss and to see what is the best model, what is the best cost sharing financing model for them. Of course, there are other suggestions as like giving partial scholarships instead of full scholarships to cover more students, more number of students, and also incorporating or encouraging the fourth stakeholders, which are the corporations and the market in general, to be more involved in financing higher education in terms of like sponsoring, providing grant financing, providing funds for certain programs or department of the university that are linked to the domain of expertise of the company, or they can also sponsor some students that are in the departments related to the expertise of the company, either via partnership with the university, or directly providing or offering open scholarships for individual students. As for the shared managing responsibility, here we think that the government still have a role, but just as a supervising role, as an authority, maintaining that the sector is working well and everyone is respecting their roles, and going further for one objective of sustaining higher education. Also involving, but the universities will still have authority or management, and also other partners, other stakeholders like the students should be also included in the decision-making process, and also for designing the programs, especially considering their inputs and their recommendations, because they know better the system, the challenges, the issues, and maybe they have better suggestions for the administration. Also encouraging partnerships and cooperation between local and international universities, also in line with the SDG goals. And the last important point into include and involve also the corporations and the market also in the management. So first they finance, they are asked or supposed to help in financing, having their share in financing higher education, but also they can participate in the management in terms of providing courses, trainings related to their expertise, providing workshops, giving career-oriented sessions and activities, consultancy, etc., either for the students and for the university also. I think that was the main points and main elements for my presentations, for my papers. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Kadriye. It was very nice to hear from you, and very important topic to talk about, which was the education. Especially higher education, and how we are going to sustain higher education. Today, under the new direction in pedagogy and research theme, we have listened 5 important research papers by the participants, and we thank all of them. Now we are going to have some questions. The questions that arises from the listeners from all around the world. One is come for Dr. Kamola Bayram, and they are asking, Dr. Kamola, do you have plans to digitalize the game? This is the question for you. Please go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you so much. I think this question came from Dr. Mustafa Omar, my professor from IIUM. Yes, Dr. Mom, of course we have such a plan, but let us first come with a physical game, with a board game, and definitely we have such a plan, especially today when we are facing different times when online education and applications are very important. Yes, so my answer is yes, we do have such a plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you a lot. Now, another question come to Atiko. The question says, what type of community problems students supposed to solve? Could you have an example for this question? Can you give an example?
Hello?
Do you hear me?
Sorry, can you repeat? Can you repeat the question?
What type of community problems students supposed to solve? Do you have an example?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So I just want to highlight here the community involvement project that can be done by students focused on campaign, participation, education. So in fact, in Indonesia, even the Muslim majority country, the survey conducted by Financial Service Authority Indonesia, they found that the literacy of Islamic finance in Indonesia is quite low. It was about in 2016 it was about 8.1%, while 2019 it was 8.93%. So within these 3 years, only 0.83% that the literacy has increased. So with this involvement by students, they can somehow educate the people how what is Islamic finance, and then they can guide the students to somehow more to take Islamic finance. And in fact, in the study, the survey also conducted by Financial Service Authority about the Islamic finance inclusion in Indonesia, it was only about in 2016 it was about 11.1%, while in 2019 it was 9.11%. It's quite low. Indonesia is a Muslim majority country, so the role of the students here, particularly increasing the literacy and then the directing the people to Islamic finance, it's there, so they can help the issue from there.
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask Associate Prof. Dr. Yusuf Dinç for his presentation, which was very interesting. It is the topic he talked about, economics of saving-based finance. So what is the applications in Turkey? Can you give an example for the final point, Doctor?
Thanks, Hocam. What we see, the application, the institutions introduce a new model to shorten the waiting period of ROSCA. So they do deliver each month one participant, but at a certain month, let's say 100-person group, on 24th to 36th month, sometimes it goes up to 44 months. They deliver all to the group members, I mean ROSCA association members. So for this reason, their model collected attention because they do deposit small amounts for a shorter period, and they do get a larger amount for a longer period. So at the beginning of the positive saving period, depositing period, they do lose very little because of the inflation. But after delivery, there is a longer period for saving, negative saving, debting period. So they do get a total amount of money which can depreciate in a longer term very much with costless. So the model is very advantageous for the participants. That's why they pay a lot of attention if we and they do be part of it. Each last year for 9 months, 150,000 people joined the companies, signed the contracts with those SPF companies. What is good for the, let's say, if it will make the delivery on 24 months. If we calculate from the annuity perspective and of the payments, little amount of payments for 24 months, it is cost is negative when we calculate the present value of the total amount that will be delivered to the participant on 24 months. It is if the risk management capabilities of SPF institutions could be increased, this model can go, again, I want to say, a global phenomena. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for all of you. I would like to thank all of you for contributing to literature and to our international conference. So thank you very much. Now we need to close, and then after this, the keynote speeches is going to speak. So I would like to invite you as well to listen that keynote speeches. Thank you a lot. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Thanks.
Intellectual dialogue. It was held in Makkah, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. Fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, with Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city. the seat of three great empires, a city that embraces two continents and welcomed the sea at its heart, Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the Fourth Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly
Dear guests, dear distinguished scholars, respected participants from all over the world. Today, we are talking about the 12th International Conference. The keynote speeches is going to be given by first Professor Dr. Abbas Mirakhor, and then Professor Dr. Arif Ersoy. Before continuing today's giving the speech, Abbas Mirakhor, I would like to introduce him briefly. Professor Dr. Abbas Mirakhor, born in Iran, and he received his PhD from Kansas State University in the United States. Between 1968 to 1984, he taught in various universities all over the world, and then he joined the International Monetary Fund. And then until 2008, he worked there. He retired in 2008, serving as staff and executive director and dean of the board of that institution. He joined INSAFE in 2008, in 2010 as distinguished scholars and the first holder of INSAFE chair in Islamic finance, as he retired from INSAFE in 2018. His research interests include conventional and Islamic economics and finance. Now, I'm giving him to speech. Thank you.
وعلى ملة رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم. أحييكم جميعا بتحية الإسلام. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and Istanbul Zaim University and other co-sponsors of this webinar. These are very crucial times for humanity. Hundreds of thousands of lives have been lost. Huge crises are either here or are in the making. And we have to, as human beings first and as Muslims second, to think about how did the world get here and how do we where do we go and how do we solve the problems that we are going to be facing. As the data clearly shows, some 400 and pretty close to 450,000 lives have been lost. huge number of people are still coming down with the virus. Governments have had to use their treasuries and borrow to a huge amount. We now have a serious, really serious recession. The World Bank just reported that the world economy is going to shrink by 5%, given the fact that in 2019, it was estimated that global GDP in 2020 is going to be increasing by about 3%. This is a retrenchment of global GDP by about 8%. This is going to have serious implications for the world, which is already in trouble. The number of people with acute hunger has increased according to the UN. The food program, international food programs are reporting that the hunger is spreading very rapidly. Unemployment is increasing rapidly all over the world. The cost of the pandemic is not yet to a point where it can be accurately pinned down and forecasted in the future. But even though there is hope that pandemic will subside, perhaps sometime soon, inshallah, but if it doesn't subside, or if it gets perhaps for a second round of the pandemic to start, of course, we are moving into a huge uncertainty, which using Keynes's term is a radical uncertainty. The radical uncertainty simply means that you really have to have policies that will anchor the economy. The problem is the policies that are being suggested by the dominant socio-economic system are really not the solution. They deal with symptoms rather than with the real problem. The real problem is the system itself and underpinning philosophy of it, its ideology, and the economic paradigm that is seriously flawed. And of course, this is something that's not new in terms of economists who have been keeping up with at least the recent history of economic thought. Remember that the warnings were issued in early 1970s by something called the Club of Rome study. The whole idea was that if the world was going to continue with the trajectory of the early 1970s, that sometimes in the 21st century, there will be a collapse of the entire socio-economic, at least economic system, according to the Club of Rome study. The club, of course, was called Limits to Growth. Some 4 years later, there is a seminal book that came out that was authored by Fred Z. Hirsch, who went on to argue that not only the economies will collapse in 21st century, but also social systems will collapse. And he, of course, blamed it totally on the economic paradigm that has been in place, and if it's strengthened in the wrong way, even in the 1980s and 1990s. With Thatcherism and Reaganism, basically had an economic model of man that was basically self-seeking, with self-interest, and basically very greedy. And one that was unsympathetic, unempathic, and basically amoral, if not totally immoral, and unethical. In fact, economists prided themselves with the fact that economics was not there to deal with moral issues or ethical issues. A Nobel Prize laureate once said that economics is not a morality play. Another said about the financial system of such an economy that finance does not have a morality flag to fly. The end result of all of this have been that recent studies of the Club of Rome study, updating it, suggested that the worst case scenario that was foreseen by the Club of Rome, the actual data very closely tracked what was predicted before. meaning that 21st century warning that the socioeconomic system will fall apart is now coming to pass. People may have been surprised by how rapidly the social institutions, health institutions, educational institutions collapsed in even the most advanced countries, mainly because they were all, the whole government and institutions were caught off guard and totally unprepared. But unpreparedness of societies for the pandemic was basically due to the neglect of health investments, education, and other social institutions, the welfare system that is broken down. So the answers that are coming out now, how to deal with the crises of aftermath, the aftermath of pandemic, that is the crises that are in the wings to basically are in train and they're going to materialize, especially after this huge recession that is in the making. Most of them maintain that basically the foundation of the economies of the West are fine. They can still continue with the same model of materialistic philosophy and individualist individualistic ideology. And with the same economic, except things have to change in the sense that one has to make sure that the rest of the society gets a greater share of the economic progress that has come with technological advancement and with globalization. In other words, that fundamental thinking that basically there is no room for spirituality, there is no room for social thoughts that allow human beings to live with a dignity that human beings deserve. So even though most of Muslim countries are following this kind of Western thoughts and ideology, and they have for the last almost 100 years, there is the Muslims themselves have in their possession a system which we refer to as iqtisad, and it's not meant for iqtisad to be translated either into economics or Islamic economics. Iqtisad is totally independent from both of these thought processes, and it relies on the Quran and the Sunnah purely, and it is unique in that sense, is that it considers that a social system that would be envisioned by any society that wants to implement the teachings of the Quran would be one that has only one prime directive and one paramount objective, and that objective is social justice. As most economists and even some social critics and sociologists know, the general economic paradigm that is now dominant in the world basically does not allow consideration of justice. It believes that there is this trade-off between efficiency and justice. And if you have more of one, you have less of the other one. And of course, they come down very strongly on the side of efficiency. So, and this is not, they say, is the job of a system to ensure there is justice, but it can be the objective of individuals. They can become philanthropists and help people. Well, that is the basis for all the disasters that we see and we see that are going to come post-pandemic. Let's mention one of these crises is a debt crisis that is in the making. The global debt to GDP is now 340%, having gone up by 20% in the first quarter of this year. 340% by any standard is a very high debt to GDP ratio. But the size itself, while it's crucial, the dynamic that has been set in motion is even far more dangerous. That dynamic is where you have debt increasing, but yet GDP declining by 5.2% this year. Even before the pandemic, World Bank, IMF IIF, all of these financial institutions were warning that a debt crisis is on the brink. And that, for instance, World Bank's estimate was that 8 out of 10 financial centers in the global economy were vulnerable in the sense that they had such high levels of debt that should the recession, which was predicted even in 2019, should it materialize, these centers will be unable to service their debt. Now, that recession has materialized, and with vengeance. So the expectation is that post-COVID-19 pandemic, you're going to have a debt pandemic, meaning that there's going to be a huge number of defaults on the part of sovereigns, on the part of corporates, on the part of business, and on the part of consumers. Now, if Muslim countries do not pay attention, and they will fall in the same crisis, they're already, most of them are really do not have resilient economies. Their financial systems are not in a good shape. And any further pandemic that will start, just like it did in 2007 and 2008, which is spread across the globe. The start was in the West, but it took over most of the economies in the world. That is a situation that Muslim countries should try to avoid. But what to do about it? Well, we say you can take a page from Iqtisad if there is no will to implement the entire rule-based system of Iqtisad, which is basically all the rules, the network of rules that have been specified by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, prescribed in the Quran, explicated and explained, and as well implemented by Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They don't want to do that. At least one of the major rules for the economy and for the financial system is to try to eradicate any traces of riba and interest in the system. I think there is not one Muslim in the world that doesn't realize the gravity of this instrument of finance that in the Quran, that it's a declaration of war by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and his Prophet. So it behooves every Muslim country to try to eradicate that. But how do you do that at this moment? Frankly, the easiest way would be to first of all start by a program of debt forgiveness for the low income and middle income people, and then restructuring of corporate debt, conversion of their debt into equity. And then for the governments themselves, for sovereigns, they should do the same thing, perhaps adopt an instrument of fiscal and monetary policy, which would be basically a risk sharing system. Perhaps a sukuk that would be tied to the growth of the GDP, perhaps GDP-based growth sukuks, you can even call it that, so that the creditors will become investors will receive is portion of the growth rate of the economy in the future. Initially, of course, there's going to be cost, but that cost is going to be here, regardless whether Muslim countries follow the West solutions or they follow Islam's solution. That, for instance, the cost of debt forgiveness. But you can estimate it for most of the Muslim countries that we have done estimation, back of envelope estimation, it'll be a fraction of the cost that they will take to meet the requirements of managing the economic damages of this particular virus by prescription of the West. And this is something that has to be done in Muslim societies anyway, in order to build resilience, in order to improve prosperity. And of course, in order to do all of this, after these initial steps are taken, the Muslim countries have to restructure their monetary policy and fiscal policies. They have to increase income taxes, reduce sales taxes, value-added taxes, which create a burden for the very poor in the economy. and they have to increase inheritance taxes for families that do not follow inheritance rules of the Quran, to break up the huge wealth that change hands from one generation to another generation. Because right now, some level very absurd and obscene levels of income and wealth inequalities is creating huge impulses for social unrest across the world. That problem can be solved also by doing precisely the measures that you would take in order to reduce the vulnerability of the economy to debt crisis. So once the fiscal policy is rearranged to a point where you create this huge fiscal space to be able to invest in education, in health and welfare, and at the minimum have a minimum income level which assures and guarantees a dignified life for an average human being in our societies. Basically, for the last 100 years, we have our philosophers, ulama, and scholars warning us that the further we get away from the Quran, the more problems we are going to create for ourselves. Names like Allama Iqbal Lahori, Saeed Nursi. We have also examples of Shahid Muhammad Baqir Sadr and Imam Khomeini, and so many other philosophers and ulama and scholars of Islam have warned that we are going to have serious problems unless we turn to the Quran and the solutions that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us. Iqtisad in total provides that, because it specifies all the rules in the Quran for the economy and society, which then creates a blueprint for us to follow in order to create that society whose objective is social justice and an economy and finance that serves that particular objective. And meanwhile, according to the Quran, you can create prosperity whose origin is the heaven and earth, according to verse 96 of Surah Al-A'raf, and 55 and 56 of Surah Al-Ma'idah. If you consider it, the only thing that Allah asks us, if we stay compliant with the rules of the Quran, that prosperity, both physically, as well as materially, as well as spiritually and socially, will be guaranteed for us. It's the basic foundation of the belief system of Islam that provides the spiritual, social capital to allow us to manage the risks. Following the rules allows collective action to be taken by all members of the society. The collective action problems that come up so often in the dominant economic system will not occur under Iqtisad conditions. The rules that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asks us to follow according to the Quran, these rules will allow a reduction in the transaction cost in the society, makes the economy work more efficiently. It also creates the kind of increase in productivity, which in the other system is called efficiencies. So we can then, inshallah, manage the risks, not only the risks that are coming with the economy from post-pandemic crises, but also make room for growth in prosperity of Islamic societies. With that, let me thank the sponsors for having invited me to participate in this webinar. And I join those who are praying for the end of pandemic, and also ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to create perhaps a silver lining in this dark cloud of pandemic damages, in order to perhaps create a transformative impulse toward improving the lives of the entire humanity. With that, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. Fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, with Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world, and organized by esteemed institutions. For the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the Fourth Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. A university in the city of civilizations, Istanbul. From proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet Bulut and I am the rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science, and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values, and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. Fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, with Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. A university in the city of civilizations, Istanbul, from proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet Bulut and I am the rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries.
Yok,
Dear
kapıyı
guests,
örtün, şöyle
dear
oturun.
scholars, distinguished participants, we would like to thank Professor Dr. Abbas Meraktor for sharing his valuable ideas about iktisad and the prosperity of the Muslim world. It was very nice to listen him. Now another valuable lecture will be given by Professor Dr. Arif Ersoy. Before his speech, I would like to give a brief information about him as well. The topic of his speech today will be a new post post-COVID-19 world order, a new just order, world order for global peace and solidarity. Professor Dr. Arif Ersoy was born in Çorum in 1948. He graduated his bachelor degree from Ankara University, Faculty of Political Science in 1973. He also completed the Higher Islamic Institute in Konya. He received his master's degree in economics at Leeds University. And then he completed his PhD in Ege University, Faculty of Economics in 1979. He worked at 9 Eylül University, Department of Economics between 1982-1994 and at Yıldırım Beyazıt University between 2012 and 2014. Since 2015, Professor Dr. Arif Ersoy joined at the Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, and he has been the head of the Department of Islamic Economics and Finance. And he was still serving as the director of the International Research Center of Islamic Economics and Finance, which was established in Turkey in 2010 for the first time in Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Now, dear guests, dear distinguished scholars, I would like to give the microphone to Professor Dr. Arif Ersoy. Please, Prof. We are listening you now, Prof.
Salam. Dear listeners, I would like to share my paper with you today. The topic, as Mustafa mentioned, a new post-COVID-19 world order, a new just world order for global peace and solidarity. The COVID-19 pandemic has upset the prevailing global world order. This global disaster has made clear the prevailing reasons of encountered problems of our century, which have been produced by this unfair present world order. This unjust order has been shaped by the financial monopolist capitalist system based on the power-centered, hegemonic, conflicting interest approach. Today, the prevailing proxy wars in some regions and countries of the Islamic geography has caused by the deaths of the innocent 100,000 millions of the people. These conflicts and struggle have been paved the way for millions of the people to live on their own with misery, with many problems. Why the present world order is producing problem? Why? The prevailing economic and political problems have been created either by bureaucratic monopoly in socialist system or by financial capitalist monopolist circles in capitalism. Both of these monopolistic systems have created social, economic, and political problems at the national, regional, and international level. Socialism, which has been based on bureaucratic monopoly, collapsed at the end of the 20th century, owing to the loss of problem-solving ability. The present world order, which has been shaped after the Second World War, based on financial monopolist capitalism. This system is creating new problems, and it has lost its ability of solving problems. For example, some problems which have been produced by current monopolistic financial capitalism. For example, economic over-monopolization. Now, the great part of the world is managed by certain monopolistic firms, menacing growth of the poverty at the global level, increasing unfair income distribution at the global level, constant growth of symbolic values trading volume without increasing real production. Today, nearly 90% of international trade is based on symbolic values trading. Fast growing of unemployment problem at the local, regional, national, as well as global level. Exploiting developing countries through foreign debt trap. Racist and conflicting policies which are causing tension and upheavals in many countries today. Unjust sharing of global natural and economic resources. Global environmental pollution and distribution. So on, the problem which we are facing, it is known by everybody. Why the present world order couldn't able to solve problem? Because the present world order is based on the power-centered, hegemonic, conflicting interest approach. According to this approach, there are two main paradigms shaping social order. The power is one of the main sources of being rightful, according to this world war. The first paradigm, at the end of conflicts, the powerful side will gain. Basic human rights should be determined by the powerful side because they are victorious, as it is happening in the world at the global level. The second paradigm of this world war, this world view, the rules of game should be determined by the powerful person, class, or monopolist. The main rules of cost and benefits distributions are determined by the monopolistic circles. Owing to this reason, the system, the prevailing system, is problem creating. The world order was shaped after this present world order, shaped after the World War II. The power-based world order was established during Second World War by the victorious nation at the Yalta Conference, held February 4-11, 1945. The main decision makers of the conference were the head of the government of the United States, President Franklin Roosevelt, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Sir Winston Churchill, and the General Secretary of the Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin. The representatives of these three hegemonic states reshaped the world order according to their national interests in Livadia Palace near Yalta in the Crimea of Ukraine. These monopolistic world orders has produced many economic and political problems during last 6 decades. A new paradigm is necessary based for sustainable peace on solidarity at the global level. The COVID-19 has made clear many great weaknesses of the present world order. Why we have entered a new era? Why we will enter a new era after this pandemic? Economic, political, social, and cultural conditions have been tremendously changed during recent 2 decades. Economic, political, cultural, and environmental interdependency between countries has increased tremendously. Sharing knowledge and information by means of social media has led the tricky methods of colonialism to become out of date. It is not longer possible to rule informed masses by old tricky force policies. The present international world order, owing to this reason, have become out of date. The prevailing paradigms should be replaced by a new paradigm. This new paradigm should be based on the world view of human rights, mutual, harmonic, parallel interest approach. There is a need to change paradigm. The present international order is constantly creating conflicts and wars between powerful side and weak side, as is happened in our geography. At the end of conflicts, the powerful side gains usually. Conflict may yield some benefit for the gainers of this world in short run. But since there are interdependency between all nations, at the long side, everybody will lose from such policies, as we are the people of our globe losing today. Owing to this reality, there is a need to have new paradigms for reshaping economic and political relations between nations at the regional and global level. COVID-19 and new economic and social technological changes necessitate a new world order. New world order should be based on parallel interests between nations, regions, countries. According to this world view, based on the hegemonic rights, hegemonic center, based on the human rights center, harmonic interest approach, there is harmony at the universal level, according to this new paradigm. In order to establish sustainable peace and parallel interest, it is essential between human beings at the social, national, regional, and international level. Basic natural human rights, according to this paradigm, should be protected, and costs and benefits of cooperation should be justly shared among the participants of social activities. These worldviews has two paradigms, like opposite of other worldview. The first paradigm, the rightful side should be powerful. All social institutes should try to establish law and order. In a system where law and order is prevailing, the rightful will be powerful, not the powerful side will be right. The second paradigm, the participant side should decide the rules of cost and benefit, sharing with their own will and consent justly. All prophets of Allah tried to establish peace and solidarity among people who believed in Tawheed, unity of Allah, because Tawheed means basic human rights. Giver and takers is Allah alone. There is no any power on the earth can violate basic human rights. According to this worldview, whoever violated basic human rights are tyrant or despot or tyrant. The second paradigm, we should work together, cooperate together, establish a new system, sharing economics, and we should share cost and benefit among ourselves according to our agreement, written or oral agreement, decided with our own free will and consent. New post-COVID world order will establish the following balances at the global level. Balance of interest among participant sides. This is very important. Every side must get their shares of the cost and benefits from the participated activities according to their own effort. Free trade activities with market prices are based on parallel interests. Should be this free market mechanism will contribute a great deal to progress of participant size where free market mechanism is operating. Now, in capitalist system, market is not completely free. It is controlled by financial or international monopolistic firms. New world order will establish free trade at the global level. Thus, every participating side will gain. Free trade raises the growth rate of GNP and creates a suitable environment for using global resources efficiency. You know, poverty is man-made problem created by monopolistic system. Africa is not poor, but it is left poor by the colonial system. Asian countries are rich, but the monopolistic system, either socialism and capitalism, is creating poverty. Global balance in the goods and services. International economic and social relations, new international economic and social relations should be re-regulated in order to increase flow of goods and services at the global market. The world order from now on should not be shaped by the monopolistic power. The United Nations organization should be democratized. A new sharing economic model should be developed to share risk and benefits justly at the global level. Protectionist policies are based on conflicting interests. As all nations have suffered from COVID-19, every country is suffering from the global protectionist trade order. Another balance is equality in world market. A new world order should increase a fair competition at the world market by supplying equal opportunities in reaching world markets and resources. Every kind of monopoly is bad and dangerous for viable social and international relations. New organization which will be created by a new international order. This organization will prevent the growth of monopolistic tendency at the international market. The present obstacles created by monopolistic power are preventing developing countries to reach world market and resources easily. The new international order should supply equal cooperation and facilities for developing countries at the global level to use and mobilize their idle resources efficiently. Balance in international relations should be based on justice criteria. It is not possible to stop upheavals and conflicts in societies or among countries if social and international relations are not arranged according to the justice criterion. Every individual, social groups, and nation should have the opportunity of getting their rights according to their efforts and participating in economic and social activities at the national as well as international level. International organizations should try to arrange international relations according to just criteria in order to increase cooperation and solidarity among nations. A few international orders establish the above mentioned four balance at the international level, global level, cooperation and solidarity will increase. If we establish just criteria in international institutions, and a new world order will will be realized. In such a situation, it will be possible to solve prevailing economic problem of our time. New post-COVID just world order and promises of Islamic economics. A new paradigm based on parallel interest approach can be developed according to main principles of Islamic economics. Islamic economics is human-centered sharing economics. The worldview of Islamic system is based on the human rights-centered harmonic interest approach. We should think of each other. We should help each other. Now think of the present international order. Every country needs to other countries' help and support. And monopolistic power are facing now a lot of problem in protecting their people from coronavirus. It is essential, according to this world order, the owner of factors of production come together and prepare an oral or written agreements with their free will and consent, how to realize production process. After realizing production, they pay taxes and decide how to share output justly by sharing cost and benefit together. Now, post-corona coronavirus just order, let me go on. Islamic economics is based on completely, it is different than capitalism and socialism. Capitalism and socialism are not able to produce new solutions for the problem of our time, as we mentioned before, because these two systems are monopolistic systems based on the power-centered, hegemonic, conflicting interest approach. Both systems are based on monopolistic power. Capitalism is based on capital monopoly. Capitalist economic order is a capital or a centered order, capital-centered order. Everything is calculated according to the benefit of capital owner. The cost and benefit analyses are calculated from capital gains perspective. In this system, capital monopolistic power determines rules of sharing cost and benefit. The rules of game are determined by owners of capital. Economic risks are transferred to poor people and nations. The financial monopolistic system has lost its ability of solving problem now. As you know, socialism is a bureaucratic based on bureaucratic monopoly. In socialism, bureaucratic monopoly's power is determining rules of sharing cost and benefit. Socialist economic order is a state-centered economic order. I visited in the past before collapse of the socialism in Soviet Union and Central Asia. Everything is decided by bureaucracy. In China, cities is like that. Economic risks are paid by everybody in socialist system. In capitalist system, economic risk is handed over on the shoulder of poor people. In this system, the main rules of game are determined by state bureaucracy. In socialist system, cost and benefit analysis are calculated from the state perspective. Socialism, owing to this reason, socialism has collapsed at the end of last century, owing to the loss of losing his ability of problem solving. Islamic economics is human-centered sharing economics. Islamic economics is human-centered natural sharing economics. It is for everybody, whether either they are Muslim or not, because principles of Islam, it is rahmatan lil alamin, mean it is mercy for everybody. For example, now Islamic finance is implemented everywhere in the world because Islamic economic order is human-centered order. All costs and benefits are calculated from perspective of increasing productivity of factors of production. The role of realization of production and output distribution are determined by the owners of factors of production with their own free will and consent without state intervention. Owing to this reason, from this point of view, Islamic economy is a real free economy in the frame of law and order. The objective of economic activities is to increase the production of real values in order to raise the total wealth of volumes of communities, not the trade of sharing or trade of money or like money symbolic values. As such a trade will increase the share of some people, will decrease the share of other. Why? Because trading of money, trading of symbolic values, if couldn't increase output, it will disrupt income distribution. From Islamic economics perspective, competing in economic activities in social life refers to compete within the framework of supply and demand law. Mr. Chairman, I am coming to the end. All kinds of monopolist tendencies in this sharing economy is prevented by state. All things on earth are created for human being. Owing to this reason, we say sharing economic is human-centered economic. All resources on the earth and heaven have been created for mankind. The Quran explained this. Do you not see that Allah has subjected to you, your use, all things in the heaven and on the earth, and has made his bounties flow to you in exceeding measures, both seen and unseen. Yet there are among men those who dispute about Allah without knowledge and without guidance and without a book to enlighten. The aim of social institution in sharing economics is to ensure that people live happily and peacefully. The main duties of the bureaucracy and rules of the state are to serve people, protect their natural rights, and establish just order which realizes cost-benefit sharing justly. Economic relations are based on parallel interests in social life. Islamic economic relations are not based like capitalism on conflicting interests. The firm is established by contract which has been accepted by free will and consent of the representative of labor, joint venture, fixed capital, and revolving fund. The actors of production share both profit and loss. Labor does not participate in loss sharing. Economic relations take place according to free will of owners of factors of production. The share of labor is called wage. The share of changing capital is called profit. The share of fixed capital is rent. The share of the state is tax. Owing to this reason, every participant side share is clear and open. Now, conclusion. Today, at the beginning of 20th century, and especially after the COVID-19 pandemic, we are facing global economic and social crisis. The prevailing international world order, which has been shaped by the financial monopolistic capitalism based on the centered hegemonic conflicting interest approach. There is a great need to study and find out new ways of solving the present problems. New solutions, at the end, let me tell, new solutions could be found and developed with a new paradigm based on human rights-centered, harmonic interest approach. The new economic order will be human-centered sharing economy. All leading prophets of God, Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and the last prophet, Muhammad, peace be upon them, did call mankind to unite at the axis of Tawheed and Adalah in order to establish peace and cooperation and solidarity between human beings. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much for your valuable information. We really appreciate and inspired by your lecture. Today, dear guests, scholars, and the participants, today we listen to valuable and inspiring lectures by Professor Dr. Abbas Miraktor and Professor Dr. Arif Ersoy. Thank you for listening. Assalamu alaikum. All the best.
Yeah, thank you.
Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB Group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive, and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum thicker promotes synergy among ISDB group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESREC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the areas of statistics, economic and social research, and training and technical cooperation. To strengthen the existing ties and cooperation between Islamic countries, there is an obvious need for reliable and consistent data and information. Serving as the statistical data bank of the OIC, SESRIC contributes to the efforts of member countries to explore each other's potential and needs in order to enhance cooperation among themselves in various areas of socio-economic development. To serve this purpose, SESRIC collates and processes socio-economic statistics from the databases of national statistical offices of member countries and international organizations, and disseminates a large number of economic and social statistical indicators through various statistical applications developed by SESRIC, such as the OIC Statistics Database, OIC Countries in Figures, and others. In addition, SESRIC serves as the Secretariat of the OIC Statistical Commission, the only OIC corporation forum in the field of statistics, which convenes every year at the level of heads of the national statistical offices of the member countries and representatives of regional and international organizations to assess the possibilities for cooperation through exchange of views and best practices. In the field of statistics, SESRIC also organizes capacity building programs to share knowledge and experience among the national statistical offices of the member countries and improve their institutional capacities and human resources. In the field of economic and social research, SESRIC follows up, evaluates, and analyzes the current socio-economic situation in the member countries and reports on this situation through its technical background research reports, which cover a wide range of areas including, but not limited to, trade, education, health, agriculture, poverty, environment, science and technology, transportation, tourism, and vulnerable social groups such as children, youth, women, and elderly people. These reports identify the problems and challenges facing member countries in these areas and suggest solutions for cooperation. In addition to these reports, SESRIC contributes to the policy dialogue mechanism within the OIC framework by preparing and leading the preparation of strategy documents, including programs of action, roadmaps and cooperation frameworks on various socio-economic fields and in accordance with the decisions and resolutions adopted by various relevant OIC platforms. SESRIC also shares the outcomes and findings of academic studies and papers in the field of development and cooperation in Islamic countries with the public through a quarterly published academic journal, Journal of Economic Cooperation and Development. The OIC member countries spread over almost 25% of the world land area on 4 continents and constitute 24% of the world's population with a wealth of natural resources, youth and dynamic human resources, fast-growing economies, and strategic trading regions. The OIC member states are also a center of attraction owing to their historical, cultural, and touristic values. However, although there are areas where these countries have relatively significant advantages, they are still lagging behind in many areas such as education, health, science and technology, and human development. Their shares in global production, trade, and foreign investment are still below the desired levels. SESRIC works to develop solutions to the various problems and challenges facing the member states through the cooperation and solidarity approach and by activating the great potential of these countries. SESRIC thus plays a significant role in enhancing the South-South cooperation within the OIC community by using various modalities such as institutional and human resources capacity building programs, seminars, workshops, symposiums, conferences, and similar events for sharing knowledge and experience, field study visits, vocational education and skills training, cooperation portals, expert networks and rosters. Over the past few years, SESRIC has embarked upon several capacity-building projects and initiatives that enhanced knowledge transfer in different contexts based on mutuality, unity, and solidarity. While implementing several projects, SESRIC adopts a tripartite cooperation mechanism where member countries are actively involved to share knowledge, technology, expertise, and best practices, i.e. provider country, beneficiary country, and CESRIC as facilitator. CESRIC also contributes to the development efforts of individual member countries by supporting disadvantaged groups such as refugees and asylum seekers through specific projects aimed at developing vocational and entrepreneurial skills. While facilitating the transfer of knowledge and experience among the relevant institutions in the member countries, CESRIC maintains a dynamic partnership with various relevant stakeholders, including government entities, international institutions, non-government organizations, as well as the private sector. Initiating and implementing various new cooperation modalities, CESRIC will continue to support the sustainable development efforts of the OIC member states with a view to enhancing the solidarity and prosperity of the member countries and the Muslim Ummah at large.
The Islamic Development Bank has been a symbol of trust, credibility, strength and stability for over 44 years. As we build on our successes of the past, we look to the future, a future of growth, empowering communities to drive their own economic and social progress at scale, investing in the infrastructure that enables them to fulfill their potential, building collaborative partnerships between public and private sectors, communities and nations, supporting science, technology and innovation-led solutions which aid the UN Sustainable Development Goals.
university in the city of civilizations, Istanbul. From proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet Bulut and I am the rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science, and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. First of all, it's our great pleasure at Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim, which is the host and the co-organizer of the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. We are pleased to welcome all the researchers and the followers of the conference online from all over the world. I would like to welcome you to the fourth day of the conference in this session under the theme of multidimensional development and poverty alleviation, where we have several papers, around 6 papers, which are discussing different topics under the theme mentioned. We are going to start with the first researcher, who is Muhammad Ayaz, who is jointly authored a paper with Mariam Saeed on the growth of micro-takaful products offered by the takaful operators in Pakistan, problems and solutions. Both the authors are from the University of Management and Technology, Pakistan. So I would like to welcome Muhammad Ayaz. The floor is yours, so you can go ahead, please.
Well, thank you very much, respected Muhammad Sharif Al-Amri, for giving me this opportunity to share my ideas with the dear participants. Before starting my topic, I would congratulate the organizers of this conference that even in this pandemic of COVID-19, they did not give up, and this is an honor for all of us that the university has organized I would say this, a first full-fledged international conference on Islamic economics and finance that is organized online. Am I right, sir?
Yeah, exactly.
So I congratulate the organizer for this. And now coming towards my topic, let me share my screen with you.
My topic is about the micro takaful by takaful operators in Pakistan, problems and solutions. As you know that insurance has its own significance in the protection of people from future losses. Takaful is an alternative to that, and that is based on the concept of kafala. That is an Arabic term, and that means guarantee. It is basically a concept that is based on the mutual cooperation and mutual voluntary contribution. It is actually based on the shared responsibility, brotherhood, solidarity, and mutual assistance, where it provides a mutual financial security and assistance to safeguard participants against a defined risk. Micro takaful is actually a combination of two terms. That means takaful and micro. So that is giving the mutual contribution and mutual assistance based services to the poor and lower income people. Coming directly toward the situation in Pakistan, actually, in Pakistan, there are 5 takaful operators currently, and the 3 are the general takaful companies, whereas the 2 are family takaful companies. But out of these, only the Takaful Pakistan Limited is offering micro takaful services, and no other institution is offering micro takaful services to the poor. Although a number of attempts were made from the practice perspective, from the practical perspective, to start micro takaful programs, but they failed. Therefore, there is a need of research that how to increase the services by these takaful operators to the poor people on micro basis, on micro level, I would say. A number of researches have been conducted all over the world that has tried to find out the reasons behind the less offering of insurance or micro insurance services all over the world. But particularly from the Pakistani perspective, it is necessary that to find out the practitioner's perspective, because these are the practitioners who know better that why are actually they not going for micro takaful? Why do they not offer micro takaful services on micro level? Although, because we are Muslims, 98% of the people of Pakistan are Muslims, and around 60% of the population of Pakistan is living under the poverty line. Then why don't these people go for micro takaful? And there are companies available, but they are reluctant. So the purpose of this study is that to investigate the underlying reasons behind the limited offering or the low or the non-offering of micro takaful services to the poor, and how we can increase the micro takaful share, or how can we increase the product of micro takaful so that its growth is ensured in the industry and the poor people are protected from the future losses. In background, I would say that all of you will be aware that takaful started, or insurance started in 1300 century, when from the marine insurance, when the people used to join hands together, and they used to contribute to the losses of those whose ships were destroyed or damaged, or any kind of losses when losses were incurred upon any of the members. And then the Great Fire of London, it has also given a way towards the fire insurance. And we also, even from Islamic perspective, there is a concept of akila, that where the family of the murderers, they gave amounts of blood money to the person who was, to the family of the person who was killed or who was murdered. now coming towards the problem statement, as I have already mentioned, and because of the shortage of time, I'm coming directly to the problem, that is the 60% of the population of Pakistan, they live below the poverty line. And takaful operators, they are reluctant and not offering services to the poor. Whereas there is a large untapped potential market in Pakistan for the takaful industry. Therefore, there is need to highlight the reasons and to give suggestions to the regulators, to the government, and to these practitioners so that they ensure micro takaful. So the questions for this study which I formulated are these two. Number one, what are the underlying reasons behind the low penetration of micro takaful products in the overall takaful industry? And number two, how can we increase the market share of micro takaful products in overall takaful industry of Pakistan? The literature review, this is actually a summary of the literature review which I made because of the shortage of time. I would say that the studies made by Kazim and Haider in 2012, Chaudhry and Nabil, and Nosad Zail and Amir in 2015, then a study was made by Muhammad Saleh and Fayed Zim in 2018. Also, there are other studies like Muhammad Fuad and Ghaur in 2013 did a study, then Zulemi and Abdurrahman did a study in 2018. All these studies are related, all these studies are actually related to micro health insurance and the problems related to micro health insurance. Although there are some studies available which are related to micro takaful, which are Indian based studies and a study in Indonesia. They find out some issues, but my study is related to Pakistani perspective, that why Pakistani takaful companies are not going for micro takaful. This is an obvious gap. The research methodology that I followed for this research is actually qualitative in nature, and the researchers conducted a total of 20 interviews that were semi-structure of the relevant Islamic finance practitioners who were working in the 5 takaful companies of Pakistan, namely Dawood Family Takaful, Pak Qatar General Takaful, Pak Qatar Family Takaful, Pak Kuwait Takaful, and Takaful Pakistan Limited. The practitioners were very much relevant because one sale head, one business head, and one product development head, and one sale agent. They were selected from each 5, so 5 by 4 they became 20, and 20 interviews are enough. The current study, as I said, this explores the practitioner inside, and the best approach for exploration is qualitative in nature, researchers say. And qualitative approach is appropriate because it addresses the question of how and why. The data collection method through interview, it is an important method in qualitative research, and it has been used in many social science researches. These are my interview questions. The interview questions were formulated and then they were validated through the experts. When they validated, they were shared with them and they validated these questions. These are okay for such kind of study, which I'm going to share with you. And these are, number one question is, do you think that insurance companies in Pakistan, especially Islamic insurance or takaful operators, they can play a significant role in covering different risks and losses of the poor through Islamic micro takaful and ultimately in their poverty alleviation? Number two is, what type of micro takaful product does your company offer? This was very much necessary, that if this is necessary, then whether your organization is offering any micro takaful product or not. Then number three was that whether if your organization, for example, is offering but at very less level, then the next question should be like that. Don't you think that the current products offering level by your organization is very less? And obviously, I said that there is only one organization. There's offering, and there's also related to micro health. Then
if you can
the
go
next
to the
question.
findings, because we have 2 more minutes only.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
sir. Results, discussion, and analysis. So the first issue which they said that it actually they face in the less offering, or which is actually the basic reason behind less offering, is that they say there is lack of culture and practice in the society to avail takaful products. The people of Pakistan, they are poor and they do not consider they have never considered this as their priority. And so that's why they suggested that there should be a long-term policy to internalize Islamic micro-takaful practices in the culture and practice of these people. For that, they suggested that the government can play a very good role, and also the regulator. And they said that the government should make a policy that would encourage parents of their children to buy policies for their children after their birth. And they also suggested that the startup premium should be deposited by the government until the kids reach the school going age, and after which the same amount shall be submitted by the parents as an amount additional to their school fee, and in this way the kids can have a secure future. This is the first issue for which they give this suggestion. Then there is another issue which is also common to so many other researches, that there is lack of research in the field of product development relating to Islamic micro-takaful. That's why they said that there should be a research that is based on the customer needs, and they suggested that academia and practitioners should join hands and they should do a joint research to find out to suggest products which can better cater the needs of the industry and the needs of the poor. The third issue which they found is that, which they suggested that actually which these organizations face, is lack of customer awareness and interest. As I said, the customers are poor, and they say that any mishap is from Allah's side, and there is no need for them to take these takaful products, and they also consider it expensive for them. So these practitioners suggested that this is not the case, and these poor should be educated. These should be made understand that these are actually for their solutions if they face any mishap, if they get any loss in their future. So this is a good solution for that. In this case, they suggested that for...
Please sum up the last points, and then...
Okay, so they focused on ulama's role, that ulama can play a very good role in this. Then the next issues, which I'm going to summarily tell you, they say these poor people, they have low purchasing power, and also there are lack of funds availability with these takaful operators. Then there are some customers who have moral hazard, and that's why they do not, when they take this policy, they do not pay the premium amount. And also the unwillingness of the takaful operator is because of the low profit margin for them. Then the next issue is a small number of takaful clients, and when there is a small number of clients, the people are also reluctant, they are not coming. So these takaful operators are unable to satisfy the needs of these people because they have shortage of funds. So I would conclude that due to the very limited practice and culture of takaful generally and micro takaful especially, it is difficult for the takaful sales agent to convince the public, especially in the circumstances where there are 60% of the population live under the poverty line who could hardly fulfill their basic needs. And in their view, they say that the success of any program for poverty alleviation as well as the need fulfillment on a large scale lies in full support of the government. So they said that the government should Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
Welcome.
Dr. Muhammad Ayaz, for this fruitful presentation and interesting also topic, which is the growth of micro takaful by takaful operators in Pakistan, where the researchers try to find out why there is no products offered by the takaful operators in Pakistan of the micro takaful products. So thank you very much for that. And I would like to move to the next presenter, Mr. Nasir Muazu, who is going to present the topic titled Poverty Reduction Strategy and Relevance of Dual Theory, an empirical analysis of household fuel wood energy trade in northern Nigeria, who is from the University of Western Cape from South Africa. I don't know whether there is a mistake here because we have South Africa and we have Nigeria. Please correct me.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Yes, I'm
please
living
keep the time now. We have 12 minutes only.
And I did. Okay.
Please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters.
Alaikum salam.
The title of my research is Poverty Reduction Strategy and Relevance of Dual Theory, an empirical analysis of fuel trade in northern Nigeria. Can you hear me? Hello, sir.
Yes,
Hello?
please. We can hear you.
Okay. So now, okay. Okay, essentially the research wanted to find, can fuel wood trade reduce poverty in northern Nigeria, where a majority of the people in northern Nigeria are very poor. So for this reason, the study was conducted in Katsina State. If you look at it, in northern Nigeria, almost 80% of domestic food, domestic energy is from the fuel wood. As a result, fuel wood is the main energy used, but the activities in the fuel wood is not reported, it's not captured in the economic analysis of Nigeria. So for this reason, this study wanted to find out whether informal fuel wood trading can reduce poverty among the fuel wood traders. In the area, we used some livelihood indicators like income, food security, health security, children education, and we use it as we use the number of years in the business and the family size of the traders to be able to find out whether this fuel wood energy trade can reduce poverty to the people that are. We did that is because of the survey that we have. If you look at the statement of the problem, we can see that recent survey conducted by the Nigerian National Bureau of Statistics on the showed that 99.8% of the micro enterprises. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. 99% of the micro, 99.8% are micro enterprises, while 0.12% are small enterprises and 0.01% are medium enterprises. And the same research was conducted in 2013. The result shows that 36,994,000 micro enterprises are operating in Nigeria, and 68,168 medium enterprises, and only 4,670 small enterprises. And if you look at the number of employment from these sectors, from these small, medium, and macro enterprises in the country, in 2010, 32,414,000 people were employed by micro enterprises. And in 2013, 57,836 people were gainfully employed by the micro enterprises. This goes to show that about 50 or more % of the population in Nigeria are being employed by the micro enterprises. And unfortunately, these micro enterprises are the informal sector in the country, and they are not captured in the economic analysis of Nigeria. So this fuel trade is within these informal activities that is not captured in the economic analysis of Nigeria. So for this reason, there is a need for us to study and understand the performance of these micro enterprises so that a better planning can be made. And why fuel wood energy sector is not recognized as a business in Nigeria is because of the perceived notion of the fact that fuel wood production and consumption creates environmental degradation, and at the same time, it creates health problems to the country. But unfortunately, the northern part of the country is equally one of the poorest areas in Nigeria. And we are witnessing problems of cattle rustling, kidnapping, killings, and Boko Haram insurgency. And these problems are largely as a result of poverty of the region. So again, we try to explain the linkages between these informal activities and theory of duality. The theory tried to explain that there are two sectors within an economy. There is an informal sector and there is formal sector. But these two sectors are going hand in hand in most of the developing countries. So we are looking at the area where we conducted our study, that is the Katsina State. So what are the methodology I used in the study? I used two-stage random sampling techniques to capture 209 fuel wood traders using enumeration areas dedicated by Nigerian National Bureau of Statistics for the socio-economic development data. As we all know that Nigerian National Bureau of Statistics is the main national agency responsible for the development and management of official statistics. So we got our enumeration areas from the National Bureau of Statistics just to avoid computational problem and mathematical problem. And we get about 93% response rate from the respondents. And we use simple distributed statistics to present our results. So now I'm going directly into the finding of the study. As we can see, sorry. Okay, there is a little, hello sir, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm having problem, you know Nigeria, we're having network problem. Well, we from the table, we try to look at the profit, sorry. Hello, this is a problem.
Yeah, we are listening to you. Please proceed.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. In essence, I have presented all the results in the table. So let me just quickly go to the conclusions. Okay, let me just talk on the issue of this education of the children. As you can see, the respondents were asked to whether they have they use the business to fund their children's education, And the results showed 49 participants said yes, they have adequately taken care of their children's education. 14 participants said they have done it, but not to that extent. And only one participant said that the money he got from the business does not take care of the children's education. Out of 209 participants, 147 participants said their children's education has been adequately taken care of. By implication, that fuel business help in poverty reduction in these areas in terms of health security, food security, and children education, as related to the household size of the respondent, as well as the years respondents spent in fuelwood business. By implication, families venture into fuelwood business to address these livelihood challenges, because there is no other business that household can do in most of the states in the northern Nigeria. And this business is within the informal sector. And informal sector business is not recognized in Nigeria. Therefore, these studies suggest that there is a need for government to create to be able to make fuelwood, to create a better opportunity for the fuelwood traders, in the sense that there is a need for the government to encourage, to make fuelwood energy sector, to modernize fuelwood energy market, so that fuelwood energy traders can have a better way of doing it in a sustainable way. I think briefly this is what all the presentation all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nasser, for the short and sweet presentation, and also the interesting finding, and also the interesting topic. So I would like to move to the next presenter to keep the time, inshallah, and then we will see if we can keep also time for questions and answers later on. The next one is, we have Mr. Karamu Sawani from the Central Bank of the Gambia, who is going to present a joint paper with Fatou Badji from the University of the Gambia. The topic is empowering women in the agriculture value chain via Islamic blended products to attain the Agenda 2030 in the Gambia. Please welcome Mr. Karamu. The floor is yours. Mr. Karamu, can you hear me?
Hello?
Please, yeah, please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A very warm welcome to our presentation. I am Karamu. I'll be looking at how Islamic blended products can be used to empower women in the agricultural value chain in the Gambia. So without wasting much time, let's go into the presentation straight. We'll start by looking at the introduction and the background. In the Gambia, agriculture is the mainstay of the economy, and agriculture employs 60% of the population, of which 78% are women. But the irony is that only 4% of the women own land, with another 15% mutually owned. That is why 70% of the women are still in subsistence agriculture because of lack of access to credit as a result of high interest rate. Government initiatives like the Social Development Fund and the Gambia Women Finance Association can only cater for 55% of the funding needs of women. To close this funding gap, we are proposing a blended finance model. The concept of Islamic blended finance is derived from conventional blended finance, as you can see in the definition, in the two definitions given here. The blending instruments also are a replica of the conventional blending instrument. For example, grants, philanthropic funds, aid, can be equated with zakat, wakaf, and sadaqah. We can equate bonds with sukuk, guarantees with takaful or kafala. We will come to this blending instrument shortly. Now let's look at the practical application of Islamic blended finance. The ISDB project was one success story in the application of Islamic blended finance, where the ISDB and the IFRC created a funding model from blending resources, leveraging on impact sukuk, traditional donor fund, and a partial kafala facility mechanism from the Islamic Solidarity Fund for Development to achieve SDG 3 and SDG 6. Coming back to our blended instrument, in our paper, we estimate cash wakaf using demographic variable such as the percentage of Muslim population in the Gambia. At a $5 per week contribution rate and 25% collection error rate, we estimate that the Gambia can collect wakaf up to the tune of 4.5 million US dollars. And the significance of this figure is that this figure is enough to start a full-fledged Islamic bank in the Gambia. On the other side, my colleague and co-author of this paper, Madam Fatou Badji, in her thesis in 2019, estimated the potential of zakat for the Gambia. She estimated that Z1 is equals to 1.7% of GDP in 2018, Z2 3.7% of GDP, and Z3 4.2% of GDP. So given that Gambia's reported GDP in 2018 is 1.62 billion, the country has a potential to collect 155 million US dollars in zakat. Now, looking at the sukuk market in the Gambia, for the past 5 years, from 2015 to 2019, sukuk has been trailing the treasury bill market and the deposit market. For example, in 2019, sukuk is reported at only $3 billion, whereas deposit market was 35 billion and the treasury bill market was 15 billion. The irony of this is that the sukuk market is returning as much as the treasury bill market. Look at the figures, 11.3% as at end May 2020, sukuk was returning this, and as at the same period, the treasury bill was returning 11.5%. And the sukuk market is returning far better than the retail deposit market. But look at the deposit market here. And the injustice in the conventional system is also highlighted here. If I deposit with the bank, I can only get 4%. Whereas if SMEs in the Gambia want a loan from the bank, the cost of borrowing will be 23 to 30%. To understand these figures better, we conducted 2 mini case studies. Fatima is a poultry farmer. He has a deposit of 250,000 Gambian dollars, which is returning only 2% or $5,000 per annum. On the other hand, Aisha won a loan of $250,000 from her bank that will cost her 23% or 58,000 Gambian dollars. Now, let's look at how our proposed sukuk model in this paper will facilitate both Fatima and Aisha. If Fatima has to invest the same amount in the sukuk, she will earn 28,000, giving her an additional income of 23,000 Gambian dollars, which is equivalent to 460 United States dollars. On the other hand, if Aisha has to borrow from Fatima via the sukuk we are proposing here, she will only pay $28,000 as cost of fund, making a total savings of 29,000 Gambian dollars or US dollar 580. That is why we are proposing a blending model here where sukuk will be utilized to attract private capital, whilst using ISF instrument will be utilized to de-risk investment in the sukuk by mitigating default risks and provide social safety nets and subsidies and technical support for women SMEs in the agricultural value chain. Now we look at our blending model. This is our proposed blending model. We have here the blending institution who is responsible for pooling resources together, such as the proceeds from the issuance of sukuk, the CRS funds, Zakat and Wakaf fund will be pooled together by the blending institution. And in step 2, part of the funds of CRS fund, Zakat and Wakaf will be utilized by the blending institution here to provide ESG screening, credit screening, and skills training for women SMEs, and also provide social safety net and technical support for participating women SMEs to prepare them in advance before they receive the funds here in stage 3. So once the participating SMEs receive the funds in stage 3 here, they will be required to contribute to a micro takaful scheme that will provide protection for them in the case of default at maturity. So at maturity, the participating women SMEs will remit funds back to the blending institutions, and those defaulting SMEs will be covered by the micro takaful here in stage 6. We will come to the model for this micro takaful in a short while. And at redemption, the blending institution will now remit the investment plus any return to the sukuk investors here. Now we look at the sukuk structure. So this is the sukuk structure. It's based on the Islamic contract of salam. So what happened is, at inception, the originator here, which is the blending institution, will sign a salam contract with the SPV and an independent wakala contract to sell the agricultural produce here on behalf of the SPV. Now the SPV will now have the opportunity to issue prospectus via a mobile money digital platform, where the sukuk investors can access the prospectus. Then after that, the SPV will execute a salam contract, an independent salam contract with the sukuk investors here, and another independent wakala contract with the sukuk investors to sell the agricultural produce on behalf of the sukuk investors, because the sukuk investors might not be an expert in selling agricultural produce. So to minimize that risk, wakala contract is included so that the SPV on behalf of the sukuk investors will sell the agricultural produce. Then the sukuk investors will remit the fund to the SPV in step 4. For onward delivery to the originator. The originator will fund women SMEs in the agricultural value chain. Then at maturity, the originator or the blending institution will sell the agricultural produce and remit funds back to the SPV for onward delivery to the sukuk investors. You will realize that all these transactions are performed via a mobile money platform because we are in a digital age. Then we move on to our micro tech careful model. You can see we deliberately named this one micro tech careful model because it's based on the insurance, is utilizing the concept of insurtech in conventional insurance. This model will not only reduce transaction costs, but also increase efficiency and transparency. So what happened is, at the initial stage, the participants will sign a mudaraba contract with the takaful fund manager. This concept is based on mudaraba concept. Then they remit their contribution to the fund manager. Then the fund manager will split the funds into two, that is participant investment fund and participant risk fund. The participant investment fund will be invested in Sharia compliant investment, whereas the participant risk fund will be utilized for transfers to reserve, pay claims and benefits, and for retakaful that the fund manager or hazards, retakaful for hazard that the fund manager cannot handle. Then at the maturity of the investment, the fund manager receives the funds with the returns. Then the returns on the funds part of it will be utilized to pay the expenses of the Takaful fund manager, then the surplus, 100%, everything belongs to the participating SMEs. So if they have not default, all the fund will go back to the participating SMEs. I have to say that this is a self-help micro-Takaful model, and it does not require any registration with the Central Bank of the Gambia or with any Takaful authority. In conclusion, we believe that the model we are proposing here will provide protection for investors by de-risking investment, as we have seen in the model. And it will also help women SMEs in the agricultural value chain, which access to cheap source of funding and increase their productivity. And also, on the other hand, it will provide women SMEs on the supply side, high net worth individuals and retail depositors an opportunity to earn more on their investment. And the role of government will be, the government should come up with sound policies, give tax breaks, especially for the sukuk structure, and encourage the utilization of ISF instruments. With that, we thank you so much for your kind attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Thank you very much, Mr. Karamo, and also thanks to your co-author, Madam Fatou Baji, for presenting this interesting topic and model, actually, of Islamic blended products to empower the women, especially in the agricultural value chain in the Gambia. Thank you very much for that. And I will move to the next presenter. The next presenter is Mr. Abdullahi Abu Bakr Lamido from the International Islamic University, Malaysia, who is going to present a paper titled Financial Inclusion and Poverty Alleviation in Northeastern Nigeria, expounding the relevance of Islamic microfinance. The floor is yours, Mr. Abdullah, within, inshallah, 12 minutes.
Thank you very much. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على النبي الكريم وبعد. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to share the little I have on this topic in this very important conference. I pray Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will bless all our deliberations in this program. My topic of discussion is financial inclusion and poverty alleviation in northern Nigeria, northeastern Nigeria in particular, expounding the relevance of Islamic microfinance. As the title shows, the focus is on trying to establish the case for promoting Islamic microfinance in northeastern Nigeria as one of the ways for improving financial inclusion and subsequently reducing poverty in the region. In the paper, I have some subsections. After the introduction, I made conceptual clarifications, and then I highlighted on poverty in northern Nigeria with particular focus to the northeast of Nigeria, and then I talked about the issue of Islamic microfinance, generally considering the general microfinance atmosphere in Nigeria, and particularly northeastern Nigeria, and then related it to the question of the need for Islamic microfinance and how it can be used to alleviate poverty and engender financial inclusion. I have conclusion. In the conclusion, I analyze, after analyzing the challenges, I made a few recommendations. I will begin with a quotation that will project the situation of the economy in general in northern Nigeria and with particular reference to the Northeast. In 2009, one of the leading scholars of Africa, Professor Ali Mazrui, observed regarding the Nigerian economy and the economy of northeastern Nigeria within the context of the Nigerian economy. He says, if in global terms, Nigeria was economically on the periphery, northern Nigeria was the periphery's periphery. So if globally Nigeria is economically backward, then northern Nigeria is at the backward of, at the back of the back as far as the economy is concerned. He says the world economy had marginalized Nigeria as a country, and the Nigerian economy had marginalized the north as a region. So even in Nigeria that is backward, the north is more backward. Another quotation that is relevant to the discussion is from the Islamic Social Finance Report of IRTI in 2015. This one is related to the question of Islamic microfinance. It says Nigeria has shown inclination to use Islamic modes, especially in its northern states, and therefore the potential for Islamic microfinance in Nigeria is quite high. Now, in the introduction of the paper, I highlighted 3 concurrent developments that happened globally at the closing years of the 20th century. And these are very important relevant to our discussion in relation to poverty, microfinance and financial inclusion, and of course, the question of poverty alleviation. The first one is that the last quarter of the 20th century, or the last part of the 20th century, witnessed the emergence of what came to be called microfinance revolution, with the emergence of Grameen Bank experience as we know in Bangladesh. This has brought a lot of developments as far as microfinancing is concerned. The second development was, there was at the closing years of the 20th century, a global alliance against poverty. There was the statement by Ban Ki-moon, Kofi Annan, for example, that to human security everywhere. So it became the talk of every nation that there was need for a global concerted effort towards addressing the challenge of poverty that was bedeviling over 1 billion people in the world. And this was what led to the Millennium Development Goals based on the Millennium Declaration, and subsequently, of course, to this Sustainable Development Goals. The third development, of course, which is also very important, at the end of the 20th century, was the emergence of Islamic finance. So you can see that while the world was thinking of how to address the question of poverty, the Muslim world also was trying to provide a solution to the question of poverty and the general economy from an Islamic point of view. And that was what led to the emergence of Islamic finance and, of course, gradually to Islamic microfinance. Why is Islamic microfinance important within the context of the question of poverty? We all know that microfinance is key to poverty alleviation and is key, of course, to financial inclusion, which are both very important to the attainment of the Millennium Development Goals and the Sustainable Development Goals that are now being discussed globally. Particularly in the Muslim world, we know that even with the microfinance revolution that the world has experienced in different parts of the world, there is low penetration of microfinancing in the Muslim world due to a number of factors, particularly one of them, of course, being the interest factor. And so, and we all know that poverty is highest in many of the Muslim countries. And so microfinance is very important within the context of the Muslim communities, including Nigeria. So this is by the way of background to the discussion of the paper. I made some conceptual clarifications and tried to contextualize this within the Nigerian context. I talked about financial inclusion based on the definition of the Central Bank of Nigeria And I highlighted that Nigeria in 2010, the Central Bank of Nigeria set the target of reducing financial exclusion from 46% in 2010 to 20% in their 2020. That is the year we are witnessing, and we are going to see what is going on as far as this target is concerned based on existing data. I also talked about what Islamic microfinance is, and I quoted a definition that says Islamic microfinance in particular refers to the provision of financial services for the low-income people using services that are provided in conformity with the principles of Islamic financing. I also highlighted that we can see Islamic microfinance in a broader term within the context of financial inclusion by saying that Islamic microfinance can be defined as sustainable provision of permissible, affordable, and easily accessible financial services for all, especially the poor, with the goal of reducing poverty, facilitating entrepreneurship, promoting financial inclusion, and raising living standards in line with the Islamic principles and objectives. So Islamic microfinance actually tries to engender poverty, to address poverty and engender financial inclusion based on the goals of the Sharia, that is the maqasid of the Sharia and the general principles governing the economy in Islam. Islamic microfinance can do a lot for the Muslims in terms of reducing poverty, in terms of creating access to capital, in terms of improving productivity and earning, in terms of increasing access to basic needs, including, inculcating saving culture, and generally including improving financial inclusion. Now to Nigeria, the focus of our discussion. There is a general understanding, a statement that is generally known in the development discourse in Nigeria, which is that Nigeria is a rich country, but Nigerians are generally poor. This is because while poverty is high in most parts of the country, as high as almost 50% of the people live below the poverty line, Nigeria is it is considered the largest African country, 13th world oil producing country, with a high population of about 200 and something million, about 206 million people, but there is high poverty rate. You can see how, for example, over 70 million people live less than $1 a day in Nigeria, with most of the children not going to school, and so on and so forth. But if you consider Nigeria, as I stated earlier, you will see that poverty is more concentrated in the northern part of Nigeria, which is, importantly, which is predominantly Muslim, with at least 75 to 80% of the population being Muslims, which is also the agricultural hub of the country. So it has all the potentials to address the problem of poverty. But poverty is high in northern Nigeria. In other words, poverty is dominating within the Muslim communities. If you come down to the northeastern part of Nigeria, because Nigeria has 6 geopolitical zones, within the north we have 3 geopolitical zones. One of them is the northeast part of the country, which is the focus of our discussion. It has a total population of about 26 million to 26.2 million people, with high number of Muslims, majority of them being Muslims. And agriculture in that area is the employer of over 80% of the population of labor. And that zone has the highest poverty among the 6 geopolitical zones that we have in Nigeria. With the high poverty rate also came insurgency, which the whole world came to know as Boko Haram insurgency, which led to the destruction of infrastructure, roads, markets, businesses, closure of some banks, and so on. And these aggravated the level of poverty in that area, to the extent that many people who were engaged in agriculture could not continue farming and cultivating their farmland due to insecurity and due to the destruction that has happened to their capital, and so on and so forth. So one of the recent data, the recent data shows that 76% of the people in the Northeast live below the poverty line. They lived in extreme abject poverty. Interestingly also, or importantly also, you find out that most of the people have no access to financial services due to a number of factors, including, of course, the lack of availability of microfinance institutions. And even the few that are there, they are interest-based, and most of the people are Muslims, are not interested in anything related to, interest. Now, this brings us to the discussion about financial inclusion in the North. Now, generally...
In 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Statistics shows that 78% of the Muslims in Nigeria are financially excluded, while in the non-Muslim areas, 78% are financially included. The Northeast has 55% financial exclusion rate. So let me quickly go to now the issue of microfinance. In the Northeast, we have a total population of 26 million, as I've said. We have 113 local government areas. We have 6 states. In these 113 local government areas, we only have 31 microfinance banks, which means they are the ones serving these 113 local governments, 26 or 20 million people. There is only one Islamic microfinance bank, and this shows why it's important to have microfinance banks in the country. But there are challenges to the issue of microfinance in Nigeria, particularly Islamic microfinance, and I have highlighted some of them. Number one is that there is poor attitude towards establishing financial institutions among the Muslim communities. And so most of the microfinance banks are actually established in the non-Muslim communities. The second factor is, which is more important perhaps than this one, is that even for those who are making some efforts to establish microfinance banks, especially those who already have microfinance banks that are conventional and are trying to convert them to Islamic microfinance, the regulation or the guidelines provided by the CBN do not provide for, do not have provisions for conversion from conventional to Islamic microfinance banks. And most of those who are making efforts to establish Islamic microfinance banks are people who already have microfinance banks that are trying to convert. So this is a bottleneck to the development of Islamic microfinance in Nigeria. The third challenge has to do with, of course, lack of skilled manpower. As we know, Islamic microfinance banks will require Sharia experts, not only Sharia experts, but people with dual expertise. The guidelines provide that at least each Islamic microfinance bank must have 3 Sharia members of the Sharia board, which is called an advisory committee of experts in the Nigerian system. And these people have to be experts in fiqh or mu'amalat, in usulul fiqh, in finance, in English and Arabic language. They have to be fluent in all these languages. The same thing applies to the compliance and audit unit of the Islamic microfinance bank. The lack of skilled manpower is a great challenge. And then finally, then there is also the general challenge of financial illiteracy and antipathy to formal finance among the majority of the Muslim population. There are some prospects which I have highlighted. One of them is there is a large prospective market for Islamic microfinance. Sorry?
Your time has finished. You are over time.
Okay. I will conclude by saying that Islamic microfinance remains one of the most important ways for addressing the challenge of poverty in Nigeria, and there are a lot of prospects for it. And the success of Islamic microfinance will depend on the level of awareness creation, skilled manpower development, strategic advocacy, and the ability to mobilize resources by Islamic microfinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdullah Abu Bakr Lamido, who discussed the role of Islamic microfinance in promoting financial inclusion and poverty alleviation in northeastern Nigeria, and also he tapped on the challenges faced by the Islamic microfinance. I would like to move to the next presenter. The next one is Aditya Zainardi, if I'm not mistaken. It's from Business Center of Strategic Studies, Indonesia, who is jointly authoring a paper titled "For Better, for Worse, Analysis of Intra-Household Risk Sharing over the Business Cycle in Indonesian Muslim Families in the Maqasid Sharia Perspective." The co-authors of Aditya is Mr. Muhammad Paudi Rinaldi from Universities Gajah Mada, and also Mr. Humam Baskara from Indonesia Financial Services Authority. So you have 12 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can you see the presentation now?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
You can start.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, my name is Aditya Kusuma Zainardi, along with my co-authors, Muhammad Faudi Renardi Wahyu from Department of Economics, Universitas Gajah Mada, and Huma Baskara from the Indonesia Financial Authority Service of Indonesia. Today we will present our paper with title "For Better, for Worse, Analysis of Intra-Household Sharing over the Business Cycle Indonesian Muslim Families in the Maqasid al-Sharia Perspective." In Islam, based on the Quran, around verse 21, marriage is considered a means of affection and a source of peace between a man and a woman. According to Rahman 2017, Islamic scholars agree that marriage aims to build a respectable, loving, and merciful family, or we call it sakinah, mawadah, and warohmah. Furthermore, if we view from the concept of maqasid sharia, according to Jamaluddin Atiyah, one of purpose of marriage is managing financial aspect of family. Economic and financial aspect of Muslim marriage household are vividly written and arranged in Quran and Hadiths. The most emphasized one is that the husband is obliged to provide for his wife and the family. On the other hand, uncertainty and economic turmoil can generate bigger magnitude of income risk, which eventually can affect marriage household well-being, and there will be a potential internal conflict within the household if spouse is not ready and fail to properly manage economic and financial aspects. Shore in 2010 stated that marriage helps couple to manage the risk of labor income. First, marriage can make couple able to diversify idiosyncratic shocks, and second, household partners can dynamically coordinate in responding to exogenous shocks within the competitive advantage. Thus, this paper will examine the capability of Indonesian Muslim household to face the risk of economic turmoil caused by the movement of the business cycle, which is demonstrated through the distribution of risk within the household analyzed from the perspective of Maqasid Sharia. The study used two main variables: labor income and cumulative economic conditions. Income and cohort data are sourced from Indonesian Family Life Surveys, and for cumulative economic condition is sourced from World Bank data. We make restriction in various aspects. For the husband income case, we restrict several things, such duration of marriage from 0 to up 45 years, then male, Islam, formal marriage, and the person age at married at least 25 years or more. For the wife income, it's the same, but age at married at least 20 years or more. Then the data analysis method, we use three macroeconomic indicators: log GDP growth, unemployment rate, which is timed by negative ones, and the log GDP growth. The value is 1 when the economic growth is greater than GDP growth average, and 0 when the economic growth is less than average. We use empirical model from source with some adjustments, which as follow. The first equations is the variance of excess log income is determined by prior conditions, transitory shocks, duration of marriage, and cumulative economic condition. And it goes as well for the second equations, that the covariance of excess of log income is determined by the prior condition, transitory shock, duration of marriage, and cumulative economic conditions. figure 1s, and this is the result and discussions. Figure 1 and figure 2 show that the cross-sectional variance of husband and household income have similar patterns. We can see that the income observation in this paper are dominated by the husband income rather than wife income. And also figure 1 and figure 2 can show that the increasing duration of marriage, or the longer of the years of the marriage, tend to increase the cross-sectional variance of income. In this table, we can see that the risk of individual husband's income and household income have a counter-cyclical nature. It means then when economic conditions are experiencing a shock, the income risk between marriage age group has increased, both for individuals and for the households. And if there is a boom in economy, or when the economy is in good conditions, the risk of income will decrease. And we can see that the coefficient of cumulative conditions has a negative and significant sign at level 1% for all scenario performs. And in with the control scenario, the author finds a consistent direction of the coefficients, while for no control scenario, find rather mixed result of the coefficient directions. These findings will lead to further inference the effect of economic condition on households. Income risk is stronger than the risk of individual husband income. We can see that that the magnitude of the coefficient of economic condition at the household subcolumn side has greater coefficients than the coefficient of the subcolumn of individual husbands. Okay, in these tables, we can see that the worst cumulative economic conditions, or the lower level of real GDP growth, will increase the cross-sectional variance of excess local income of the husband and the household itself. For the wife, the better the cumulative economic condition, or the higher the level of real GDP growth, will increase the cross-sectional variance of excess local income. The increased risk for husband and households in period of low growth cannot be offset by diversifications or coordination in marriage, as shown from the negative values of the coefficient of the cumulative condition in the cross-sectional covariance subcolumn side. By looking at these empirical results, we can say that a husband bears a significant burden when there is economic turmoils, and it will getting worse with the absence of diversification on income risk between members of the households. And indeed, the obligation to provide family is on the husband's shoulders, which is reflected in the hadith of the Dawud, number 2142. But in the marriage relationship, the attitude of helping each other and understanding the spouse is very important, especially coordinations to overcome the income risk. If coordination and communication relationship between husband and wife related to working, which based on attitude of compassion and understanding is successful, which is the wife will enter the labor market, then it will form orderliness of financial and economic aspect in the family. The existence of harmonious and peaceful relationship and communicating about work based on mutual understanding, respect, and tolerance reflects as sakinah. And husband and wife will bargain each other with the primary goal that the wife wife's getting permission from the husband to work. The husband will consider various things and state conditions that must be met before his wife enter the labor market, such as dressing code or the maintenance side. This is a form of persevering allegiance, namely by following the Sharia law, or we call it ad-din, and it also become a means of guarding the soul or an-nafs. But for the husband feel restful in allowing his wife to work and do activities, and as well as for the wives that working will avoid unrealistic fantasies that can cause mental illness due to unemployment or no jobs. This relation will cause mutual love and affections, or we call it al-mawadah, between husband and wife. By working, also both husband and wife will keep their minds sharp or preserve our akal in order to give their best performance and provide benefits to the community. The result of this works and accompanied by the intention to get best from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala will preserve wealth or amal and protect lineage or anasal by creating healthy descendants physically and spiritually and blessing from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, or we call it ar-rahmah. We can conclude that the risk of individual husband income and household income have a counter-cyclical nature, and the economic turmoil has a severe impact on cross-sectional variance of excess household income for Indonesian Muslim households. We can say that the behavioral mechanism for sharing in the married household do not occur in Indonesian Muslim families. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Aditya Zainadi. Hopefully I am spelling your name properly.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, thank you very much for this interesting also topic. And I would like to move to the next presenter and the last one, Mr. Faizatu, or Miss Faizatu Almas from the University of Indonesia, from Indonesia, who is going to present a topic entitled Utilization of Agricultural Waqf in Empowering Santran Economy, which is jointly co-authored with Nur Wahidin and also Nurul Huda. You're welcome, Ms. Faizatu. Can you hear me?
Okay. Just a moment. Okay.
Please share your screen.
Yes. You can set the screen.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the allowing us present on this paper. To speed up time, the title of our research paper is Utilization of Agricultural Waqf in Empowering Santran Economy. So wait just a moment. Okay. So what is agricultural waqf? Waqf property must be perpetual, irrevocable, and inalienable. Also used for welfare of the people in accordance with the fulfillment of Sharia. Agricultural waqf is an effort to use a productive waqf in the agricultural sector. This effort is carried out through the management of waqf asset and the allotment of waqf result used in agricultural, such as land purchases, equipment costs, and etc. The existence of waqf provides a significant contribution to the development of the agricultural sector in several countries, such as Nigeria, Zanzibar, and Malaysia, which have considerable potential in the agricultural sector. So, what is pesantren? Here, why do I use the term pesantren in this research paper? Because I think the use of the word pesantren will be used uniquely, and that translates more directly to Islamic education institution that have long been established and developed in Indonesia. This also applies to my compilating using the word santi instead of the word student. Pesantren is defined as traditional Islamic education household, where the student refer to the santi who live and study together under the leadership of teacher. Okay. The existence of pesantren in responding to change in society is realized the uniting aspect of religious, socio-economic aspect in providing knowledge, skills, and independences in the context of the welfare of society. So why did this researcher? The first is the problem of productive waqf in Indonesia is still quite large. There need to be various alternative ways to overcome it. The second is the potential allocation of waqf asset in Indonesia is large in agricultural sector. And the last is, as well as function, the role of pesantren wording is a center for the career of the ulama or center of excellence, and as a center for the birth of human resources, and as driving force for empowerment or agent of development. The purpose of this study is to identify and analyze priority problems, solutions, and strategies in the use of agricultural waqf in the economic empowerment of Santran. So this is, we know that productive waqf is an effort to produce waqf asset where the result can be given to the other people and benefit that can be flown. The purpose of developing agricultural waqf is alternative in capital and financing, and alternative in overcoming problem in agricultural sector. Include the problem of land use, include land provided of production factors such as human and natural resources. So this is based on some research There are some productive wakaf development concepts in the agricultural sector, which we have summarized on the slide. So to the next slide, this is the description. And the most important in developing agricultural wakaf is financing competencies in the agricultural sector. Include their fund owner, agricultural business, management of Sharia financial institutions, resource manager, instructor, and stakeholders. And the next is stage of pesantren economic empowerment. The first is potential identification, and then capital access, and then institutional capacity building, and then entrepreneurship education, and institutional transformation. So the method in this research paper is analytic network process and continued development of analytic hierarchy process, having many graded in decision making. The result of the comparison are more objective, and using the NP 1-9 scale. The stage of NP research are follows. The first is making the NP framework at this stage, and quantification of the model, and the last is analysis of the result. And this is a previous research. We know some of the research this research explains some of the scheme of developing productive wakaf in the agricultural sector and illustrated the synergy between wakaf and pesantren, but no research explains specifically related to agricultural wakaf and empowerment in pesantren. The use of the analytic network process method is based on the research focus of decision making to aspect problems, solution, and strategy for utilizing productive wakaf in pesantren economic empowerment. This research stage was according to the slide. You can see the first step is a questionnaire based on literature review and in-depth interview, and second is an IP model construction. So filling out the questionnaire, and data processing and supervision software, and then is data analysis and synthesis, and the last is interpretation of the result. So this is ANP framework, you can see, and this is ANP network structure in the super decision software. So this next slide is the result and analysis. We can see based on the slide. INP data processing result is showed that priority problem is Nazir. With the main problem is capital, we can see the table below has been marked. And priority solution is known that the pesantren have the highest average, and increased access funding has the highest average too. So this is a problem priority community. We can see the awareness has become a priority of problems and solution by having the highest average. Not on the table below, the wrong processing of money wakaf has the highest priority. And the community solution as a criteria, we know the easy access to information has the highest average. And the problem priority regulator, we know that socialization has the highest average in the problem and solution in the regulatory criteria, which different based on the table below is socialization in the community that doesn't yet optimally have high average. And the priority part of solution is optimization to Nazir have to the highest average. And the last is strategy priority. On this left, coaching has the highest average. Then the table below was explained that development of agricultural management become the strategic priority. The next slide is a discussion. Practitioners have an important role. This is based on the fact that practitioners are the parties directly involved throughout the program that is owned with the goal of independence and the prosperity. In the contrast of the regulatory and the community aspect, the solution to the practitioner problem is the role of pesantren. This is certainly the unique and the great opportunity for pesantren to play a role in the development of agricultural wakaf. The priority problem is the community awareness. This is indicated by the public's perception that wakaf cannot be made using money is high. Based on the result of interview with the informant, wakaf institution in Indonesia have used various digital platforms as an alternative to facilitate the public to access information and service. This is expected to be able to attract the interest, the community, especially the younger generation to the wakaf. Based on research, socialization to the productive wakaf of the community was feel lacking. Matters relating the rules, administration, and advocacy must be more intensely disseminated to the public to minimize problem and violence of the law for the litigants. Socialization to dancers as parties who play an important role in development of wakaf must certainly be supported and optimized. And the last is coaching. Coaching is a strategic priority in the development of the agricultural wakaf. This is done through fostering productive wakaf management to the pesantren, as well as providing for this training to improve student or santri and community soft skill in agriculture. The next slide is conclusion and main problem and recommendation. The main problem in the use agricultural wakaf, economic empowerment, is capital for Nazir, and the main solution is the role of pesantren, which is related to capital access. So this will be an opportunity for synergy between pesantren and wakaf institution. The main strategy is coaching. Is related to the agricultural management. This shows that it's enough just manage and develop productive wakaf, but it's also necessary to have good agricultural management training to realize the optimal concept of the agricultural wakaf. And the last is this research contribute to increase in the literacy related to productive wakaf and new motivation for people to do wakaf. On the practitioner side, this research is one of the new steps in the development of the use of productive wakaf that can be implemented in various programs on the Nazir. And the last in the future is it is hoped that there will be many pesantren that can work together with wakaf institution so the productive wakaf can develop optimally and on time. Thank you for the attention. This is enough.
Thank you very much, Ms. Faizatu, who presented a topic entitled Utilization of Agricultural Waqf in Empowering Pesantren Economy. If I may ask, what is pesantren means?
Pesantren means the Islamic boarding school in Indonesia.
Islamic
boarding school.
Boarding school.
Yes, Islamic boarding school.
Thank you very much for these interesting topics where you and your co-authors, you aim to identify and analyze also the priority and aspects, the priority aspects of problems, solutions, and also strategies for utilizing the agricultural waqf in the economic empowerment of pesantren. Thank you very much for the 6 presenters for these excellent presentations. Let me check. Okay, they say we have only 6 minutes. So, and I think we, 4 minutes, sorry, left before we have to close the session. So I have myself questions, but I don't think that it would be enough. I mean, the time would be enough for us to answer those questions. So with that, I would like to thank the 6 presenters. Dr. Muhammad Ayaz, who have presented the growth of micro takaful products offered by takaful operators in Pakistan, problems and solutions. And also Mr. Nasser Muazu, who had presented topic entitled Poverty Reduction Strategy and Relevance of Dual Theory and Empirical Analysis of Fuel Wood Trade in Northern Nigeria. And also Mr. Karamu Sawaneh, who had presented title or paper entitled Empowering Women in the Agricultural Value Chain via Islamic Blended Products to Attain the Agenda 2030 in the Gambia. And also I'd like to thank Mr. Abdullah Abu Bakr and Mr. also Aditya, and lastly Ms. Faizatu Almas, and of course your co-authors as well for their contribution to the 12th International Islamic Economics and Finance Conference, which is hosted by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University and co-organized with ART and some other organizations. Thank you very much for also the audience for following the session. And with this, I would like to thank everyone and say to you goodbye. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It was nice to meet all of you and to learn from you as well. Thank you very much. And
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Sarif.
Thank you very much. Hope to see you, inshallah, in another occasions.
Thank you very much. MashaAllah.
Thank you very much.
Economics and Finance. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Makkah, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. The fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic, and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance.